Yeah, so welcome once again to this panel session on sustainable architecture options for Dataverse. I'll be giving a short introduction, and then we'll have short presentations or introductions from each panelist, and then we'll have a discussion. And please contribute to our shared notes doc. So it's on tinyurl.com/dvtech23. So I'll leave this for some seconds. Okay. So here is the agenda. As I said, I'll have an introduction, and then we'll have introductions from each panelist, and then we'll discuss. So the background for this panel is that, as we have been hearing for the last couple of days, is the continuous growth and popularity of the Dataverse software, which poses some challenges to the sustainable development, both of the core software, the Dataverse software, but also the entire ecosystem of associated tools and services. And here on the right-hand side, you see just a repeat once again from the GDCC session. On the top, you see the numbers of installations, which by the end of last year reached 95, and as of some couple of days ago, it's 100 installations. And some of the installations, they would serve several institutions or organizations, so it's several hundreds by now. And so what we should address is how to ensure sustainability, because when you work with an open source software, we need to address multiple aspects, and as I presented at the GDCC update meeting, there are different approaches for assessing or evaluating approaching sustainability, and here you have one of them, which is from the It Takes a Village project. So there are different facets like governance, technology, resources, and community engagement. So in this session, we are focusing on technology, and within that facet, there are different issues, topics to address. So for instance, architecture choices. In the community survey we ran last year, there was some questions about architecture choices, or maybe it wasn't really about architecture choices, it was on a more general level, what kind of options you have, like out of the box, as an extension, or as a loosely coupled integration. Another thing is to establish and also improving rules for contribution to the software, how to manage maintenance, how to make sure it is continuously developed, how to avoid or mitigate technical debt, and if needed also how to refactor and maybe even re-architecture if necessary. Here you see an illustration from a book that Oliver some time ago tipped me off. So when software is developed, you try to reduce maintenance costs or keep them at a reasonable level. But at some time you might realize that they raise to a high or non-predictable level, and then you need to refactor or even re-architect your software. And sustainability strategies, they also evolve as the software or the life cycle progresses and technology advances and community needs change. And in this It Takes a Village approach, they distinguish between different phases in the development of open source software. So in phase one is kind of laying the background, and the core goals there are turning an idea for an application into a viable product that serves the need of the community. And then in phase two, which is about expanding and integrating, so there you would refine the application, identify and strengthen areas that are working well, identifying gaps that can be filled with new features and functionality, and phase out elements that are not working. And then in a more mature phase, which is phase three, which is about preparing for change. You determine how the core applications technology stack and functionality will serve for future needs and of the community. So there in this phase, you have to plan ahead for expansion, integration, and re-architecture, or even retirement. So what about the Dataverse in this context? So I think Dataverse is in different phases, depending on which facet and which topic within facets you're considering. So for instance, governance, technology, and resources and community engagement. So I hope we in this panel can address the more technical aspects of the sustainability of the Dataverse software and ecosystem of associated tools and services. And in the working group session on Dataverse sustainability after lunch, we will also be addressing other facets like governance, resources, and community engagement. So in this session will be about technological aspects. So the goal of this panel is to address the pros and cons of possible architecture choices conceivable for the Dataverse software to ensure the sustainable development of the software, and including providing sustainable support for integrations, deployment modes, storage options, file managed systems, data types, metadata structures, data structures, adaptations, and so on. Before the panel, when we announced the panel, we also asked the panelists and also you, the audience, to identify and list or rank needs in respect of extensions and improvements to Dataverse, and 2, express preferences for the rework options or identify additional options, and 3, match requirements and needs with options considering risk, costs, and benefits. So I'd just like to welcome our panelists. I think all of them have been presented several times now the last couple of days. So we have with us Oliver Bertuch, Wim Hugo, Stefano Iacus, Rory Macneil, and Jim Myers. And I forgot to tell that this panel was not only my idea, it was an idea that I and Wim got when we talked in a break at the last RDA meeting in Gothenburg in Sweden. So we thought it would be useful to have this kind of panel at the next community meeting. So thank you, Wim. And here is once again the short link to the shared notes doc, and I hope you can contribute to it. So with that, I would like to ask Oliver to give a short presentation of his view on this topic. Do you need a slide or?
I didn't prepare any slides.
No problem.
I was hoping to leave more room for discussion. As I'm on the core team and presented a lot of the stuff I'm doing already, so probably people have an idea of what I'm doing. And maybe first we can have some outside perspective, because that's probably more valuable. So I would be happy to leave it to these folks here to start.
Okay, so I think our next guy on the program is, let me check. Wim, please, I think you have some slides.
And we might have to move to the next panelist if my adapter doesn't work, which it doesn't seem to do.
You have 3 left.
Yeah. So let me try and sort this out together with Philipp while the next person goes.
Okay, Rory, can you try your machine? You also have a Mac.
Oh, it doesn't work on the back? Okay.
Maybe a different adapter.
Can you put the presentation here?
Yes.
Then we put.
Okay.
Nothing. Oh, yours working. You go ahead now. You go first.
Maybe it's best to just discuss this without slides.
Yeah.
Yeah, no matter. We can share the slides afterwards. So I don't think it's a big deal for a short presentation to have visual support.
Just download the slides. Yeah. Can you download? Where is the download?
Or I'm not on
Yeah.
my email right now.
Yeah, no, but I will put it in here.
Or can you Pedro, can you upload it to the shared folder? Presentation?
Yeah, don't worry. I'll go ahead. So.
Did you download it? Yes,
No, don't worry. We're wasting time.
You can, in 30 seconds we solve everything.
Okay.
Yes, just download your slides.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think we just do it without slides. Yeah. I like that idea.
Let me
I sure hope nobody asks us to write APIs. All right, so Dance has started with the process of rethinking how we present our products and services to end users. And as a part of that, we're looking at extending the last mile, as it were, towards the place where researchers are doing the things that they do. So part of that perspective says that we can't expect researchers in our ecosystem nationally or even in the EU to know that they've got to go to different kinds of repositories for different purposes and provide different kinds of metadata and so on and so forth. So we're looking at ways to shape the channel through which researchers interact with the repository infrastructure at DANS and at our close stakeholder environment. And then together with that, taking the reuse and value addition of the things that they find in our repository closer to where they want to do their work. So our architecture has been driven, or our architecture thoughts have been driven by this idea that we want to extend both the gathering of research outputs into the repository ecosystem and provision of value-added services closer to where researchers are doing their job. And of course, with the current Dataverse architecture, that's very complicated, so we have to find all kinds of workarounds to integrate with other repository systems that researchers may want to use depending on their situation, and to also provide all of the value-added services that they might want to use. So we've come up with an ideal architecture that says we need an SPA wrapper there, and outside that people interact with, and in the middle there is something provided by OpenAI, and that's it. And that will do the job. But until we get there, we need some kind of intermediate process to try and serve the purposes of our community. So we've identified in the order of maybe 8 or so different elements to the architecture that ranges from engagement with end users through ingest pipelines, things like automated curation, services that they might need in preparation of their deposits that aren't necessarily provided by Dataverse and may be provided nationally or by some kind of a platform. An example of that would be that we're now looking at AI-driven text annotation and text generation from audio-visual materials to be created long before the deposit even reaches Dataverse in our case. We're also integrating with a semantic web and with services around that. We are looking at new ways for discovery and search to put on top of our repository environment. One of the big drivers there is that the community is not interested in what is available only from DANS, because there are other repositories in the same domains that provide things that are interesting to them. So within the Netherlands, at least, we are looking at generating these community-focused portals in social sciences and humanities, in the technical and engineering sciences, medical and life sciences, and archaeology, to consolidate things that the community might be interested into some kind of portal environment. We're also looking at integrating with VREs and secure processing environments when people want to add value. Thomas has actually started building very nice technology where we have established a tools and type registry. So depending on the type of data set or files that are involved and the tools that we have registered that can utilize files or data sets of those types, we present people with choices through at the moment, through the previewer plugin capability. But these then are able to go and find code from GitHub repositories, for instance, together with the references to the data sets that the end user has identified, package it and put it into a VM, a Dockerized machine that can be deployed on the infrastructure of choice. So those kinds of extensions we are currently working quite hard on. So our approach to data has been to try and anticipate where the architecture of Dataverse might go in the future. So we're starting building React-based components and infrastructure and microservices that take care of all the things that our end users and projects demand of us, with a hope of integrating it in future into Dataverse in a much more robust and sustainable way. And I'm happy to say that if I go through the list of use cases and the detailed aspects that we want to take care of, that the proposed architecture, which wasn't known when Philipp and I thought about creating this panel discussion, the proposed architecture fits very well to what we intend to do. And I think it's important to understand within the Dataverse community, if the message is not clear yet, that we cannot rely on Dataverse to provide everything that a user of Dataverse needs to give to its end user community. And we should resist this attempt to put everything inside Dataverse. We must strip it down to something that says this is the core competency of what Dataverse provides, and then depending on the circumstances for each end user community, they can go and customize the wrappers around the Dataverse core. So I think the architecture is very welcome. These changes, we can't wait. We hope to contribute, so I think that's it from us.
Okay, well, hi everyone, good morning, and Philipp, thanks for asking me to join this panel, and you can't see my slides, but I can see my slides. And the first one says, Re-architecting Dataverse, Reflections from a Friend. And I think I'm unique on this panel, and I think I'm actually unique in this conference, is that, of course, I know everybody has lots of things in their professional life, but people, by definition, who come to this community are coming from a Dataverse-centric perspective, and I'm not. So I'm here to give you a bit of an external perspective, and I think that's probably why Philipp invited me. And I actually have some hopefully positive things to contribute from that perspective. So my first slide is called Reflections on the Rearc, which I frankly wasn't even aware of before Monday. And I attended the session, and I've got this in huge letters, it's awesome. It's unbelievable. I'm really jealous we've done some of those things, but I would love to do all of them. And congratulations, I think it's a brilliant scheme. And I think I actually had a little rocket, taking off into outer space. I think it's going to transform Dataverse and take it like 3 levels up. So congratulations, well done. So that's kind of the first observation. The second observation, I was reflecting on RSpace, and there's a lot of things which really resonated with me. So we built first an electronic lab notebook, roughly the same time that Dataverse was going. And then the last 3 years, we've really been concentrating on building an inventory sample management system. And we learned about that. So sure enough, it's API first. It's completely developed with the API, just like you guys are doing. And secondly, it's done with React. So very similar to what you're thinking about. And now we also face the challenge of going back and having to re-architect the original electronic lab notebook to make it consistent with the inventory system. So lots of resonances there. And the second thing is the general focus on metadata flows, which is part of your rearc, which is fundamental to kind of what actually we're working on now. So before I turn to my kind of general observations, just one more kind of RSpace-centric perspective on this. So I think the second point I would make is that I was also really thrilled. As I said if anyone, I know some of you attended the demos yesterday, re-architecting Dataverse is going to facilitate phase 2 of the RSpace Dataverse integration in nice ways. In particular, a couple of things are, I think, commonalities around better metadata flows, as well as your focus on biomedical vocabularies and workflows, which is something, because of our sample management system, we're already supporting, and we'd like to support more. So with that, let me turn to the kind of the main thing I wanted to say, which is, and again, apologies, Philip, I'm not really following your instructions, and this is not technical. It's primarily, broader reflections, and it fits in with some. I realize now my kind of obsession has been on inter-tool operability, and we built out this massive ecosystem of tools we interoperate with, of which Dataverse was the first, and arguably still the most important. And I've now kind of gone public with this as well, because I'm involved in, as co-chair of, I think, 3 RDA working groups, or interest groups, all of which are to deal with interoperability between tools. So there's one working with PIDs and tools is about interoperability with PIDs. There's just a new one that's been formed, which I think is going to be quite high profile and important, which is it's about categorizing tools in the research data lifecycle, different categories. So you have repositories, you have other kinds of tools which operate at different phases of the cycle, and a key aspect of that is making them interoperable. So here's where this slide is titled "Tentative and Gentle Suggestions from Someone on the Outside." So here come my suggestions. So I think there's a lot of benefits to taking a multi-tool perspective. And again, I realize it's hard because people here are like thinking about Dataverse, thinking about the community. So really my suggestion is who should be in the conversation. That's the issue I want to raise. Right now you've got all the people, you know what the community is, there's people involved in various levels. But my suggestion is, would it make sense for Dataverse, for RSpace, for Omiro, for iRods to begin to think about having a multi-tool perspective, the kind of tools that are likely to be used in many contexts, in the kind of research context that we're all dealing with. So I think there are some benefits of multiple. I think there are multiple benefits of a multi-tool perspective. And one is we can learn from what each other is doing. So I've already learned a lot from the rearc. I see some resonances. I see some other things we could be doing. We should be going. Share experiences there. So I think that's an obvious benefit. A second benefit is that it gives you it will spot opportunities about which we can. I think we really need to move beyond this individual tool perspective. And it's one thing to say, oh, we'll just make the tool extensible and it'll happen. Yeah, but I think there's other things we need to do. We need to do more direct things, like the kind of things which we've done with RSpace and Dataverse as well. So we'll understand better what some specific opportunities are if we have more regular and formal channels for communication. A third thing is, which I know it's a bit of a sensitive topic in the repository community, but the fact is Dataverse is competing with other repositories, and if you're talking with other tools providers like us who also have integrations with other repositories, then you get information about what other people are doing from a competitive perspective. But I think it's important for, I mean, Dataverse is my, you know, it's not monogamous, but Dataverse is our favorite for sure. We love Dataverse, and we want to do more with Dataverse. So everyone knows that already. So now I'm broadcasting. Oh, hi, hello world. So that's really the theme I'm having. Maybe you could reflect a bit this morning, but more generally, you know, who should be involved in the conversation? That's kind of the question I wanted to raise. And the final thing is, all I can say is keep up the good work. I mean, it's always been an amazing community. As I say, I think this re-arc is going to skyrocket into outer space. So I'll be happy to tag along for the ride. So thank you.
Sorry, my alphabet knowledge is not as good anymore. Actually, it was your turn before Rory, so sorry about that.
Okay, what to say? Everyone is happy about the ARC, so I'm very happy as well that you are happy. So let me just keep it technical. We discuss a lot about I discuss a lot with the team about the ReArc, but the main message I want to share in terms of, on the technical side is why we need really this. So interoperability is the main word here, because as it was just said, Dataverse is just a piece of a very, say, complex and even evolving workflows around DMP, DRMs, and so forth. So we cannot think of Dataverse as it was once, like a one-stop shop. So Dataverse does everything. But Dataverse has to interact and interoperate with everything. And I think that's the key. In this sense, we need to think about the ReArc, in general, the evolution of Dataverse, also in terms of enabling Dataverse to be interoperable and also to enable strategic partnership. So, for example, in the NIH GREA initiative, the real name of this, say, grant is co-petition. There are 7 repositories, and in this co-petition, we work together to understand the needs of the user in the different use cases, and also try to get some common knowledge and some common, say, bits that needs to be the same or at least interoperable between different repositories. And this is very useful because it gives us the opportunity to revise also the internal logic. So, and I agree with what you just said, that in my opinion, because I come from another community, which is the R community, so R is a very small piece of software. It still runs on a 3.11 system, Windows 3.11, on very few megabytes of RAM, but it has millions, or maybe millions is too much, but millions of users for sure, but thousands and thousands of packages. Each package solves one particular needs of one particular community or sub-community. And I think Dataverse should go in this direction. So we should try to, it's not possible now, but in the long run, in the long term, let's say, after the ReArc or during the ReArc, we should skim as much as possible the code base of Dataverse, modularize even more Dataverse, so that maybe at some point this module becomes owned by other sub-communities, let's say. Other things that we need to, and all that I'm saying now is about modularity and interoperability. So rather than thinking about Dataverse as to support all types of data or all type of import and export of metadata, we can delegate this to external models. Partly is like this already, but we should enforce even more this. So we should be able to expand these import, export, or harvesting facilities, and it doesn't need to be the core base. The code base should just provide access to the data and the elementary metadata. The rest should be created by these tools. We should also enable very soon dataset level metadata, and this is why I'm very happy about yesterday's keynote by Mercé, because this is something we are trying to push through. Once we have metadata at dataset level, we can then expose not just one dataset at a time, but the whole Dataverse, let's say, to research. And we already have a prototype for this. We cannot show it because it's not mature yet, but the idea is that you can actually search for a variable across datasets and then export this as a new dataset, and with all the metadata which comes with each particular variable in each dataset, and this is very powerful for research. Then we need to have native support for regulated or sensitive data. This is also very important. So we need to understand what is the role of Dataverse, technically speaking, in terms of how to handle sensitive or regulated data. So which has to be delegated to, I don't know, DUA systems, or, I don't know, some kind of lawyer system, or what is very ICT, so it is not Dataverse, and what is really Dataverse. So how this workflow should work within Dataverse. Then we need to have better support or more support for different types of data. So, for example, Hermes, Oliver, is pushing a lot for real support for software data, so within Dataverse, and I think this is absolutely a need. But then we have workflows, we have other types of files. So now Parquet files, Parquet format is very important for many big data, say, repositories. So we are about to host the US Bureau Census data, and all of these come in Parquet format, so column-wise formats, very large. And we don't have, at the moment, a facility to preview this data, for example, in Dataverse. So this should be an external tool running like a module on the fly on the system. Then the other thing we need to do, and again, I'm so happy that Mercé is doing this as well, because we do collaborate together, is to bring data in Dataverse closer to the computing side of data analysis. Because otherwise, it's like Database acts just like an index for data which is somewhere else on the internet, and it kind of limits the appealing of Dataverse, in my opinion. Then we need to be able to compute on Dataverse. This is something new. Slava, I think, has already implemented something like this in terms of knowledge graph. So we need to be able to implement a way to expose the knowledge graph which already exists in Dataverse from the existing metadata before going to the dataset level metadata. And this knowledge graph should be open. There should be API. This knowledge graph should be automatically built for every installation of Dataverse, and this should be exposed. So everyone can compute new stuff on the data structure, let's say. And then the last thing, which is more maybe is less technical, but not so much less technical, is about changing the narrative around Dataverse. So we already say Dataverse should not be the one-shop stop for everything. It should be the main shop, maybe, the main chain of things to do. But also we need to go outside of the social science. We should not sell Dataverse as the social science repository, because this is, on one side, it's not true. We do have data from biomedical, say, sector. We're going to host environmental data very soon, environmental and health data. We do have astronomy data and so forth. So we need to really sell Dataverse as a generalist repository, which means then that you can try to understand the needs from other communities and try to make it possible for Dataverse to host this data and serve these communities. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. So, Jim, please share your thoughts about sustainability and Dataverse.
right. Well, I like Oliver said, I wouldn't have any slides to start with because I figured after everybody talked, there'd be only pieces of the story left. So that's with the voice I have left. I will try and do some of that. My career before Dataverse was in a lot of supercomputing and cyber infrastructure and e-science and semantic web. And one of the things that I think the ideas of ecosystem and everything playing together is not new, right? Everyone's been talking about that forever. And what I see Dataverse really having done and sort of defending how it is now a little bit is that when you say there's going to be an ecosystem of everything, when the ecosystem doesn't exist yet, if you just put your one thin piece out there that is ready for plugins and there are none, nobody can use it. And so I think what Dataverse has gotten over with right, all the institutions using it is that it had enough functionality inside in the beginning that you could run it and actually get production use out of it. And now I think, I don't disagree with any of the re-architecture and making it more modular, but I guess I would add to the story that I think this is the right time to do it. And in fact, if you look over the last 5 years, we've actually been doing it pretty quietly all along, right? Especially the back end stuff, right? The front end has sort of stayed, and that's the new piece with re-architecture now. But Dataverse 5 years ago, you would put all of the data in it in one place, and then we started adding the fact that you could now put some of your data in files and some in S3, and it started out in social science, but as people started using it with bigger data and more files, we started looking at how do we re-architecture inside to make things faster, to not send all the files to the server and then to the storage as a second copy, but to do it direct. And you've heard these kinds of stories, but I think on a daily basis, really what we've been doing on the back end side is thinking about how to pull this apart, how to add new things as the community needed them. And now again, with the re-architecture on the front end, I think one of the stories we've been discussing internally is that it, again, just pulling off the front end has a lot of value that really, as Gustavo was saying the other day, started with the API being so front and center, even as we got into version 4 when I came into this story, right? That's making that easier, but there are still things on the back end that we've done a lot of work, and I can see more. And just to give you one example, and to stay technical, Dataverse right now, you can get all of the data from the metadata, but there really isn't anything. We have one workflow mechanism that if you want to trigger another tool, your choices are right at publication time, either right before or right after, or an external tool where the user clicks a button. And all the other things that Dataverse does, there's no event triggers to anybody else. You can't say somebody just created a data set, go tool X, go do something, right? Or somebody just requested a review, tool go do something. So I think that there are things on the back end still to start thinking about, can we expose the internal workings a little bit more? And then again, I think I will stop. But, lots of ideas and lots of discussions with lots of technical people over time about other things that can be done. But I think all of this starts to really get to, as everybody set up here, sort of rethinking Dataverse as, if it's the repository, it is storing the data and the metadata about data and, ingest and preview and even things like, we've been in the business of sort of keeping track of authors. We want to know their name and affiliation and other stuff, but ORCID does that. Every institution has a registry with that stuff, and so the semantic web idea of us basically keeping the ID for a user and getting, essentially it's a plugin to go tell me more about the user, because that's not the core business of Dataverse. We've got data sets, files, metadata about those, and links through PIDs out to every other thing that people want to talk about. And there's some other tool out there that's keeping track of the metadata about that sample, instrument, person, whatever. So I think there's a lot of good discussion. And again, to kind of wrap up here, along with sort of the bigger initiatives of re-architecting that we're going through now, I think a lot of what the community contributions and having them interacting with the core team has done is that every time we do a little change to add a feature for somebody, we've been thinking about, well, can we tweak the back end a little bit so that the next feature is going to be easier, or that pulls things apart a little bit more so we're ready for the next one. So I guess partly that's a defense, but partly that's also assuring you that you know, I think there's a lot of thinking and changes going on the back end that are contributing to this bigger idea of architecture. So, you know, again, bouncing back at the end here to my career, right? I've seen so many things that start out as a research project that the developers say it's wonderful. The 3 people on the grant who have to use it say it's wonderful because they get money from the grant, and it goes no farther. You know, we've gotten over that, and I think we are actually starting to, you know, we're such a pillar here that it's a place to start an ecosystem around, right? There are other places where ecosystems are growing, but Dataverse, I think, is one place where you can start saying, we've got enough core capability, let's pull in the tools because it's a production, you know, capability already. All right, so thank you.
Yes, thank you to our panelists. Sorry. So I think maybe we should just, so my general impression is that, so the main direction would be more emphasis on the ecosystem, as I got it from your introductions. So, and also expanding, or kind of, as you said, Stefano, kind of change the narrative. So it's not just a repository software for social sciences, it's much more. So it's kind of distributing the workload and the tasks, so to make it more sustainable. So maybe I would ask the panelists if you have any questions to each other, and if any other panelists, and yeah, just use the microphone, and yeah, sure, just use the microphone, and then afterwards we'll include the audience.
Yeah, maybe a question more for the people close to Dataverse, Stefano and others. I mean, we're looking at this re-architecting, I would assume, from a technical point of view, and saying, you know, these are all the desirable features and elements we want of a new environment or a new architecture. But I just realized when Jim was talking, there's also, of course, a business argument here in terms of the competitiveness of Dataverse against the other repository software environments that are available. And I think this re-architecting effort will put Dataverse onto a new level of usability that can't easily be matched in the same time by the competition. So from a business and positioning point of view, it's also a huge improvement, I would think.
Yeah, I second that. +1, I completely agree, and I think it's going to completely differentiate. The only other one which I think is interesting, just for what it's worth, I think Invenio RDM is beginning to go down the journey that Dataverse has gone down, and they are getting a bit of traction as well. And they also are open source. They don't have a powerful community, but I think a community is beginning to develop. So I think it'll be interesting to see how that develops. But as you say, to me, the re-arch is going to kind of skyrocket Dataverse into a position which will be, and that's going to bring new challenges, because if you become the leading repository in a way which now it's not quite so clear, there will be lots of new challenges, interesting challenges, but difficult ones as well.
Just to comment on these two things. Yeah, there is also the business side of this, although we do not do business, but we are in the business anyway. So, so when I say we need to be prepared for a strategic partnership, we need to be more and more interoperable, is exactly this. Because we don't have the resources of the other repository, which are company-based, so they have money, so they can implement a new version of their system in a month because they hire 100 devs. We can do this. We have 6 people. They work already a lot. We have many stakeholders. We have a community. It's a different model. So if we enable Dataverse to be, as I continue to repeat, modular, extensible, and so forth, interoperable, all these things may come very easily. Maybe not from us, but from the community or from new communities, because we do not need to forget that we are in a bubble here. Everyone is happy about Dataverse. But there is also the rest of the world, which is the largest part of the world, let's say. And so we need to talk also to the rest of the world. And that's the business side of it.
Any other questions or comments from the panelists to the panelists?
Maybe I can add a comment on that. So yesterday, when I was presenting my poster during the Poster Madness, I already said it. If Dataverse wants to stay relevant, we need to adapt, and I think we're on a very good way here. And I do agree with all of the panelists on what they said, and I'm very happy with the direction we're heading for. And I'm happy to be a part of that change as well. Like, enabling software publications is a game changer because it's gonna be the next big thing after data. There will be more funders and publishers requesting you to deposit your software, for example. And so we need to prepare and be ready for that. And I'm glad that we, as a community, were able to pull together some, at least in a lot of parts already, consensus that we want to go there, which is maybe not that technical, but coming from the community now, also on the core team, I think it's still important that we do technical decisions, but keep the community roped in and in the loop, and they have a say in a way. So I think this is equally important when it comes to sustainability, because these technical decisions we do now are probably seen as a tech debt in 10 years, because maybe we didn't get it all right. While working on the Dataverse backend code, I always stumble over a lot of tech debt, and I'm always constantly reminded of yeah, this is historically grown, so let's keep on pushing to make it better.
No one wants the microphone. Yeah, so maybe we open just for the audience. So.
Well, thanks first all the panelists. I also was very, very much supportive of everything what has been said and the direction of Dataverse. So I have a short reflection and 3 questions. I'll try to be very brief. So one is that it is interesting that the precursor to Dataverse, there was a VDC that was completely modular. And I'm just pointing that out for your comments, Jim, because in a way, that's when at the point I joined, probably only Gustavo or Leonid remembers that part of the pre-Dataverse days, but it was at a time that there was not a community to be that model. It was just not practical. It was extremely difficult to use because everything had to be built basically if you wanted to use it, or you had to put a lot of effort. And I think that that entire cycle, I mean, it was a necessity in a way to make it more monolithic, so there was a piece of functionality, a robust piece of functionality that could be used, could be distributed and have installations. But well, it's interesting to see that cycle because I agree completely that it's very much the moment, and I also praise, I applaud to the very firm decision, let's do it, right? Because we had, there was continuous, let's do little by little, but it's just too hard to do it that way. You just need to do it. So it's this phase 3 maybe that we're into it, and it's very interesting to see. And now, and actually the reflection it is that I think it is the community that forces that to happen. The fact that there is a community is when you can make that happen. But then the 3 questions. So one is that, Stefano, you come from the art community, which is an incredible plus for Dataverse to have that background. But I was wondering then if thinking also for the architecture, to how we integrate more with R and with Python. I mean, to think also the Python community and the art community, because are critical to much of the research community in some way. So how is that integration? Maybe it's part of the interoperability, right? But how to work more closely with them to also make that whatever we call it, ecosystem, so more complete with communities that are already very well defined in research. The second question that maybe connects to that is that if there are plans of having an external committee or some way that actually we could, you could, the whole project, right, could benefit more directly from hearing, being like a constructive criticism of what could be done differently, and so, and have them maybe more integrated with these community meetings or with some other aspects of the. I mean, sometimes you just need one time a year to get the very serious and detailed input. I mean, explain what it is what we're doing, and get a clear input of what are the communities, and so how they see it. And the third one maybe is more technical, but so harvesting has always been something that is, I think in our thoughts was could it be improved, right? I mean, we're getting there is the user using these OAI protocols because OAI PMH because that's what it is. There is there, right? But now, if we're talking about interoperability, we think of it in three parts. One is the metadata interoperability that helps merge data sets, right? The other one, the tools interoperability, right? To integrate the modular architecture and the APIs to be able to integrate with other tools. But the other one is the Dataverse to Dataverse interoperability in some way, like how do we connect them? And if we, as a think of Dataverse beyond one sector, beyond one domain, right? And only social science, biomedical and others, but also beyond a sector that, for example, Dataverse is for open government data or for some industry that want to share data for research, then that interoperability is very important too. So just thoughts about how to go beyond harvesting or beyond searching, or maybe it's a very smart search. Across dataverses. So many questions, sorry. 3 questions.
Yeah, I think most of them were to Stefano, if I got it right, but I would just like to address your question about, the possibility of having a technical advisory committee. I think that was one of the first ideas you had when you discussed this with John, when you had this idea about creating the GDCC. So, and we haven't followed up on this one, but I think this will be an important part in this discussion we'll have in this working group on data sustainability. So I think we will address this maybe not in the working group session after lunch, but in this working group will have to address this. How do we formalize the collaboration within the community? Do we need other committees, as you say, on the technical side? Now we have a kind of lightweight steering group, which should also be formalized, but we also need other committees, I guess, and maybe other working groups also. So, but Stefano, please.
Yeah, let me start also from this point. This is exactly what Phil was saying. So there are several possibilities there, and this working group will have the goal to define how to, essentially, across different models. So, for example, just to bring my experience from R has two bodies. One is the R Foundation, which essentially protects the brands, let's say, and support a bit the software development, the very technical part. And then there is the R Consortium. And the R Consortium is made of one member from the R Foundation, which is us, and then the industry, which gives different point of view on what R should be or how R should behave in different industry sector and so forth. So I think something similar has to be discussed, but I totally agree with you. There should be someone outside this nice bubble we live in, which is the Dataverse community, because it gives us the opportunity to innovate, to be at the forefront of what is now data management, data for research, and so forth. So in terms of how can I bring, let's say, R or Python, whatever new framework for analysis is close to Dataverse, I think this is part of what when I say we need to bring the data in Dataverse closer to the computing part, computing side, which doesn't mean only ICT per se, but also the tools that you use there. So I totally agree. This is something we should pursue, and I would like to. And I forgot the third question. So. Oh, the interoperability between data. Yeah, I mean interoperability. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Interoperability is interoperability. So we should pursue also these sides. I totally agree. And when I also mentioned the knowledge graph, this is also another way to be interoperable, because it's a way to also cross the knowledge, intersect this knowledge graph between different Dataverse instances, and this will help discoverability and so forth. Yeah. I don't know if, yeah.
Yeah, on that, I wanted to just point out, like, Stefano was talking about the roadmap and the new documents that came out, and Gustavo and I were presenting the modularity one. Down in that document at the end, I think I probably framed it too negatively about the challenges of modularity, but in essence, the idea that as you get more of these plugins, right, they're not all independent, and just like to play the metadata game, right? If you put in a new metadata block, right, that has to go out, the exports, it has to go out through harvesting, and so if now one Dataverse picks up a new block and another one doesn't have it, right, we've got harvesting problems, and those sorts of things. And I think there are fixes in there, and to not go into detail of them, but we're starting to play through some of the games with the RDA grant that we got to do the ORE stuff. What we started putting in is that when you harvested from somewhere else, if there was metadata that came in that didn't fit the schema in the current Dataverse, we'd have we just played the game at this point and said there's a metadata on original key in a metadata block, and inside that we put all the key value pairs from the other system that didn't fit, so they could still be shown to users, but Dataverse doesn't know much to do about them locally, but it can show them. And we're starting to get the same thing with Don's. One of the things that they've asked to add to it is this idea of system or protected metadata, where an external tool wants to say it knows metadata about the system, about the data set, but users shouldn't be editing that, because if they edit it, they will break the tool. And so the idea that there's metadata that you can see, but you have to know the key, right? You have to be that tool to basically be able to edit and manage the metadata. And I think there are things like that that start to help solve that problem. And so again, those are like quiet one-at-a-time things, but over time I think they're adding up to figuring out how do we keep the interoperability across Dataverses, even though they're all going to do, you know, different tools, different plugins, different metadata, and so.
Yeah, I would also like to add 3 other technical and hopefully technical answers to that question of yours. So on my list of things, when I'm talking about software applications, for example, I definitely want to have something like an OIA PMH export that exposes XML RDF, so that you have a proper serialization of all of the metadata that is inside some kind of data set or software set or whatever, because this is currently not really possible. We have all of these exporters, but if you want to get the custom metadata or the specialized metadata, you have to use this Dataverse-specific way of extracting the Dataverse JSON from the OIA PMH, and that's, well, we shouldn't do that. We should skip that and use XML RDF for that. So that is fostering interoperability with others already, and it's still harvesting, yes, but it's pushing harvesting to another level. Also, right now, we, for example, do not give guarantees about the JSON that we hand out. So we should have a schema for that. We should have a JSON schema so that people can say, I am exacting a JSON schema of Dataverse in this version. Oh, you don't give me that? Okay, then I at least know that I'm not interoperable. And we can also reuse these schemas in a lot of other places when it comes to the new modularity and plugin support, to actually create data transfer objects and stuff like that, to make things better in terms of interoperability and how to generate all of this technical stuff, basically. And this third one is related to like getting to know that their changes actually exist. So I talked to Thomas about this yesterday, that it would be great to have some kind of a notification system that is also hopefully pluggable, so that you could have, for example, webhooks that could also send along metadata already, or that could be replaced, for example, with something like a Kafka broker that you can send events to some other place so that people can react to changes that happen inside of Dataverse. No, not necessarily. Yeah, exactly. I mean, just that you actually would know that something has happened means that you open up the possibility for the third-party system to like think about, okay, which way do I want to access that? Do I want a JSON LD export? Do I want to use a JSON endpoint, or do I go via OA PMH? That depends on what that third-party tool is doing, actually. So there's opening up more interoperable possibilities for the specific use cases of the third-party tool.
Yeah, just some thoughts on the search and discovery and the harvesting. So, I mean, we could conceivably search for scientific data or software or other research outputs in a web search environment such as Google. But the reason we're not doing it is because it's not precise enough for science. So if we go and look for data sets that has temperature as a variable, we don't know how that temperature has been defined, what instrument was used to measure it, you know, whether it's at the level of precision that we need, and so on and so on. So the workaround that we have is to have metadata that is a bit more precise, and to have linked open data knowledge graph integrated with this metadata so that it's precise enough for us to use. But it is, in fact, a bit of a workaround. So that's the one perspective, is that how do we move towards a situation where our search and discovery is closer to this sort of knowledge graph idea, and maybe not so close to the metadata idea. Because metadata is cumbersome. If you start aggregating from various sources, you have all these well-known issues that you don't have a full mapping, some of the stuff cannot be indexed, and so on and so forth. And we need proper solutions to those problems, because they're not going to go away. I mean, it's a fallacy that we can map everything to everything, and we're never going to get people to converge on, let's say, just one or two metadata standards. So we need to deal with this problem that some of the index information we need might be knowledge graphs external to our metadata, and that some of the index values that we want to include into our indexing might not be completely mapped in our own environment. And then the second sort of workaround that we have is that it's feasible to search in a federated way, provided that you can solve the interoperability issues, but it takes too much time. So our solution is to aggregate everything into a collection and to index it there. But that's also changing. I think computational capabilities have grown, 100,000, 1 million times from 10, 15 years ago when these workarounds were thought about. So I guess the long and the short of what I'm saying is that the future of search and discovery is not in catalogs that we aggregate in a current, in a local instance of a Dataverse type environment anymore, if I have to think about it. We need to start anticipating what that future search environment is going to look like, and maybe put some effort into it.
Just a quick comment, again, from prior projects I've been on. One of the ways we started talking about metadata and repositories is that the repositories probably shouldn't be a member of the conversation, because it's the tools that people are using when they make the data, right? They know metadata about the files, and that metadata makes sense to either a person or to some other tool, but the repository doesn't have to make sense of that metadata, right? It just has to store it. And so thinking more and more about the repository as a place where the tools converse, and because the tools aren't on at the same time, right, they're 10 years apart. Dataverse has to store what they were saying, but staying out of the conversation makes Dataverse smaller and lighter.
May I add a short comment to that? I see that there might arise tension from that, because you still have a lot of institutions that simply use Dataverse as their mechanism of data input. They may not have the tools or some tool chains, pipelines, whatever, and might be at a point of like, yeah, we were happy to just have Dataverse, so we're just getting started with research data management. So we need to make sure that we still have both.
Yeah, I mean, that's, and again, I can point you to my system, which is no longer around really, because we did all that flexibility and we didn't have the, you know, just go in and have the citation block, and it's the same and it can be harvested everywhere. And so, but I think, again, we're at the transition point where you can play that game of even saying that, you know, Dataverse at the core level should be able to handle any metadata, and it's the administrator who says, this is the metadata I want to accept in my one, and this is what I want to be editable. But if I harvest from somewhere else and there's extra metadata, it'll go in and it can go out the other side. But you know, there's lots of ways to play it. Yeah.
If I may add to this metadata discussion, maybe it's not just to your point, but I was wondering yesterday when Stefano and others presented, you know, the more modularized vision of Dataverse. So would this also allow you to have to implement more complex metadata schemas, like more hierarchical ones, like, or would it allow you to have different databases, also non-SQL, non-relational databases? Yes. Okay, so Jim says yes. Okay. Computer says yes. Computer says yes. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I mean, just to add what was just said. The idea of having a very scheme code base of Dataverse is that all the rest of the logic should be delegated somewhere else. So we should need to design, and probably is still not there, correct protocols to also to solve the problem of import and export of new metadata that you want to create. Okay, you want to provide a new type of metadata, then you provide input and export at the same time, and this should respect these things, and we have automatic testing to verify that your code works. And it doesn't need to be something that our dev do. It should be something that we prepare. When I say we need to be prepared for interoperability and for strategic partnership with other say actors out there, it means exactly this. It's still not there. I mean, but the re-architecture effort is going to this direction.
Yeah, sorry.
Maybe to play devil's advocate for a second, I do love the ideas that come from the re-architecture, but I do also see that it has at least a hazard of the community falling apart, because if anyone is capable of doing everything, and are we allowed to like modularize everything, and anyone can just plug and play anything, that might actually be counterproductive to fostering interoperability. So we need to take care of, like, I'm not sure yet, I don't know yet, but there might be a hazard in there.
Of course, it's hazard because it's innovation, yes, totally. But there are, I think, proper way of doing this. So when I'm saying this, first of all, let me clarify. Dataverse is already API driven. I mean, it's not that we are inventing API now. They are already there. We just want to extend these functionalities and separate backend and front end, but that's a side argument. But it doesn't mean that with all this, say, flexibility, we do not continue to provide what Dataverse is now. So the community may not even feel that they need to be something different, because we will continue to provide this thing. But there might be other actors out there that want to integrate more with Dataverse or differently, and we should be ready for this. Otherwise, let me say this prophecy, we will die, because the others are just more powerful than us.
Yeah,
and someone said yesterday, the library are very willing to pay for services rather than work with open source software. We need to always remind this.
Yeah, and I guess some community members would be happy to just use the core functionality of Dataverse also in the future. So we should cater for this as well. But I just want like to invite the audience more for comments. And could you please share the microphone with Slava?
I have a comment about near future of Dataverse. So, as you probably remember, we started a dance experiment with Docker in 2016, and it helped us basically to build a multilingual Dataverse, because this is what we did. We put different translations into different Dataverse containers, and it allowed us, without making changes in Dataverse, build multilingual Dataverse, right? And after it was integrated as a core functionality. And after that, a lot of people came to us, and before it was not considered for Europe, but after Europe started to invest in this. So what I wanted to say, I see, and I usually like trying to look into like 4 or 5 years, and now it's the right moment to tell you that this current functionality and this modular approach, Dataverse will kill other data repositories like DSpace. It will get monopoly position. What you should do, and obviously we are talking about shared services. It's a new concept that every service that will be bolded for Dataverse should be shared with someone like Zenodo, DSpace, and you should invite them also to participate. And it will be much more efficient collaboration, because they're already afraid. You know, after I'm presenting what is possible to do with external control vocabularies, and I have knowledge graph with millions of nodes on one of our server, I'm going to show today. It's really amazing, and there are endless possibilities, and people just getting scared because they're not on the same level at the moment. But this level is already possible to get with Dataverse. So you really need to share knowledge with other people and do it together, not only with Dataverse community. Thanks.
I totally agree with you, Slava. And that is exactly along the lines also of Project Hermes, which is a project started to provide an infrastructure tool for people to deposit software into some target repository, be it Invenio, RDM, be it Zenodo, which is Invenio, but anyway, or be it Dataverse, MyCore, DSpace, and whatnot. And we're thinking along the same lines, try to talk to all of these people and talk about like what's missing, what do we need for better interoperability, and so I totally agree with you.
I even think you should help DSpace, for example, to implement external control vocabulary support. It will really help.
So while you figure out the microphones, I guess this is also kind of the concept of co-opetition in some way.
Yeah. So part of, right, to go technical again, right, part of the external vocabularies idea, the way we put it together was that those JavaScripts are not Dataverse specific at all. Really what the configuration in Dataverse does is annotate parts of the web page that you can't see with essentially, please attach script here, and then the script is completely separate. And we've made the argument, and I was just on a video call with research organization registry people who have nice example JavaScripts, and I said, you know, if you added this one little twist here and you made those JavaScripts basically look for a hidden tag that says please run here, everybody could drop that into every other repository, and your examples would now be the live thing, and ROR could own that script, or could own a script, and they could get plugged into any repository. So I totally agree, but just to give the background that, you know, we're trying to do that and actively trying to go out to places like ROR and say that's what you should do. Right?
Yeah. Can I probably add that in the competition, we shared what Jim did for the external vocabulary with all the other repositories. So they have the scripts, they have the document, they have everything. So we do exactly this. Yeah. That's very important. That's very important. Yeah.
I think there is a comment from...
the only comment I have about the external vocabularies, and then I stop, is that we only store the labels into Dataverse. While I think we should go one level up and try to get the identifiers, because it's multi-language, but still it's better than nothing at the moment. It's much better than nothing.
Pedro, please.
Yes. So it's aligned with what we are discussing. It's not so technical, but three topics. So one is the additionally to this need of collaboration with other software platforms, there are the need of strong and close collaborations with relevant infrastructures. I think we are doing, but sometimes we are not doing kind of proactive way. We are more like kind of reacting, like in Europe, so to have close alignment with OpenAir or with some services that are part of CUHK. So I think this is important. So even because all those infrastructures or services like DOAJ for journals or OpenAir, they have sustainability issues, and they are guided by the open infrastructure principles that we should also take. And this comes to the because there was already several mentions to that the libraries want to pay for services to external services, and it's true, but we can offer, we can keep this kind of softwares, this kind of infrastructures in the heart, in the center of open infrastructures. We should be guided by open infrastructures principles, but not guided by the private companies. So we can have the one thing that is not so strong in Dataverse as it is, for example, in this space, is we don't have so many SMEs or companies providing services. Why not? Maybe we should. But we guide the principles, we guide the goals, the objectives, and then we have collaborations with the companies. I think this is something that we should also try to improve. And to finish then, related with the control vocabularies, this close relation with infrastructures, or for example the Confederation of Open Access Repositories. I was involved I am part of the editorial board of the control vocabularies that we have in COAR, and we should try to align better and to work with this. The Confederation of Open Access Repositories is critical. Unfortunately, we don't have so much the presence of data repositories in COAR, because it started from the publications, but it's a confederation of repositories, of open repositories. Doesn't mean that is related with scientific literature. It's for all the kinds of outputs. So we should also try to have our needs of alignment there in this to push a bit. And the Open Repositories Conference is also a very good place to, this is just an additional thing. Because I remember to talk in 2018 and 19 to push Dataverse to be present in the rodeos of Open Repositories. Because I remember to participate in Open Repositories conferences where Dataverse was not represented in the rodeo session. The rodeo is a session where all the software platforms are presented there. But now it is, so it's good. This is a very good also event to align this kind of developments.
Yes, thank you. Any comments on this?
Yeah, so this business of, or let's say the idea of providing some kind of paid services, to the library infrastructure or industry, it has all kinds of pitfalls when it comes to public contributions to open code that is exploited by commercial businesses. So it's not impossible, and there are examples of how it works successfully, but I've also been part of an environment some years ago where it didn't work out very well, because to some extent these commercial parties were exploiting the fact that they basically have free resources paid by the taxpayer. That led to a lot of friction, so one just has to be careful with that model. I think something like, let's say, the elastic model or Neo4j type models, where you're saying that there are premium services that's largely not to do with the code, but with the value-added services and support that is provided, but the code is available to everybody on exactly the same terms. That's sort of the way to go, I would say.
So we had this very same discussion like maybe 10 years ago around the R, when we started the R consortium. The risk of the companies is taking free jobs from us, essentially free work from us. And the solution was, okay, you want to contribute your stuff, you need your stuff, you provide the code, you make it open source, you make it fully compatible with our own roadmap, and it went very well. I mean, this company, which is now called POSIT, it was RStudio before. It's a billion company. They make lots of money on services on top of R. but they contribute also to the community. They provide lots of packages and infrastructure which are very useful to the whole community. So I think we should aim at something like this. Maybe not a consortium, something else, but we should not be afraid. We should just be able to control the process in a good way. Yeah.
There are companies present here.
Good.
Yeah, please, Rory.
Yes, so I've been thinking about this a lot because RSpace is in the process of going open source. So I've been looking at these kind of models as well. And the one which, the current one, I think is the most attractive one, which is following the model which has just been described as Nextcloud, which you're probably aware of. So Nextcloud is a for-profit competitor to Microsoft, I guess, which is, the code is available and people contribute to it. There's very much of a community, but it provides services and support on a paid basis. So, and it's successful commercially, it's sustainable, it seems to be. And Frank Karliczek, who's the CEO of Nextcloud, is the big proponent of open source in Berlin with the Commission and others. So I think there are, that's a slightly younger model than our, it's developed really in the last 4 or 5 years. So there are successful models out there and definitely worth looking around, and I'm glad to see that Dataverse is thinking about it.
More questions, comments from the audience? Up there.
Yeah, so I have a bit more of a practical question. Like it was previously said, it was really important to, with the re-architecture, also keep in mind that core installations that are not going to be developing their own plugins still can use it. And I'm sort of wondering where improvements to the UI come into the story of the re-architecture. Are there any plans to make slight UI improvements, as for example with the file tab have been requested for some time, or is that really after the entire re-architecture has happened to be done?
So the re-arch, let me just repeat, there are two pieces of the re-arch. One is making Dataverse fully 100% API driven, and the second one is separating front end and back end. The idea of this separation is to have two different cycles of an even speed of development of the two things. So the front end, with this separation, will have a probably much faster implementation of new ideas and design, UX stuff. So that's exactly one of the purposes of this re-arch. I don't know when your particular needs is prioritized now, but it will probably come out. Or even a community, because React is much more easier. It's much more easier to find people expert in React than in JSF. And probably the community can contribute a code. It's a GitHub repository. We can merge it and yeah.
I have a practical question then. Would you encourage the community at this point to try to help in getting this moved, like contribute to the front end already, or is it too early?
I mean, the MVP was presented 2 days ago, less than 48 hours ago. So yeah, of course, it's an open GitHub repository, so everyone can already try to play around this. I don't think we are still yet ready, let's say, to be open to this, but it will be one of the things we are going to do. Maybe after the summer, we need a more stable maybe release. The idea is, let's first try to re-implement Dataverse as it is, so the look and feel, and then the community can start contributing, maybe. Or maybe the devs decide that it's better to start earlier. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, actually I meant like the community helping in getting that transition done. So trying to participate in maybe then at the same time fostering their priorities.
Okay. So the first plan is to have a working group around the usability of the new UI. So we have Julian from our team and we would like to open this to the community as well. So in this term, yes, the community can start maybe after this meeting already. code-wise, let's see who is able to do what, and why not, of course.
Not being one that makes those decisions, but from the internal discussion, I think the thing I've heard most is that we're trying to go fast to get this out so that it's got all of the functionality of the current Dataverse and the new UI. And there has been discussion of, sometimes duplicating the existing UI exactly as it is isn't going to be the fastest way, because there are other components that we could plug in that would change things and be better and faster. And so I think right now if that comes along, we'll do the faster way and make it better. But if it's just going to be a change, if it's something that we want to change, but it's going to add time, that's a step two. And again, that's just my perspective from kind of hearing the discussions.
Yeah, I think we need to start wrapping up, but I would like to, if you have any questions or comments in the audience that you want to ask. Yeah.
Nice. I'm the company. Okay, I work for Science. We're a company. We sell services. But I would like just to have a fun fact, because I'm a long-time Linux user. It's almost 20 years. And I share this experience with a lot of my colleagues in the company. We came from the open source, from a way of life that says, if I take, I have to give. And so this is one of the best motivation that I like to stay in for Science, because we have as a principle, a base principle, that if we take from community, we have to give to community something. We have to reinvest in community. Then, fun fact, I organized a lot of Linux days, open software days, anything that was open when I was young. And every time there was someone that came to me with pointing the finger and said, yes, but there is no business. If there is no business, what can the software, or how the software can evolve? And I was trying to say that, okay, there's also community, there are public services, schools, hospitals that can have a benefit from public and open source. So, okay, that's the first time, the second, the third, the fourth. I say, yes, you're right, there's no business. We are just some stupid nerds. We don't have girlfriends, and we like to stay in this place using computer, right? Now, I work for a company. And there is always someone that's come to me and points the finger and says, yes, but you're making business on open source. Now, it's a lose-lose position for me.
Yes, thank you. That was a good remark. I think so. It doesn't exclude each other. So I think it's about open innovation. So, but you need to, of course, you have to have funding in some way or another, either through business or through other sources. So. Yeah, I think it was really interesting panel discussion, and I hope we can continue this discussion in the working group on sustainability, where we also need to address other aspects than technology, like governance and resources and community engagement, as I showed you on this slide. Unfortunately, we didn't have slides, but maybe it was a good thing, because now we have concentrated on the content. So, okay, thank you very much, and now I think it's coffee time, and then we'll resume after lunch.
start this session of lightning talks. It will be almost a small trip around the world, because we will have presentations from Europe, from South America, Asia. But before we start with the 8 presentations, we will show the one video that was supposed to have been shown on the closing of the previous session. So let's see it now.
Hello everyone, I'm Yinshen Qing from State University, Shanghai, China. State University's Social Science Data Repository has been released on December 2014. Up to now, about the usage statistics, there are 190 Dataverse, 808 datasets. There are more than 800,000 downloads. There are more than 13 million hits. That's all. Thank you.
Hi, we are the Libis team behind KU Leuven RDR, pronounced as Radar, which is the institutional research data repository of the KU Leuven, one of the major universities of Belgium. The team consists of 4 people, Chris, Özger and Erik as software architects and me, Diewertje, as product manager. We're still a relatively new Dataverse installation, having gone live in January of 2022. But since then, we've made some contributions to the community over the last year or so, such as lookups for authors and related publications that link back to our SAP and CRIS system. On top of that, we've recently launched our own integration dashboard that allows users to easily upload data from other data management systems and tools, such as iRODS, GitLab and OSF, into an existing or a new Radar dataset using a simple and intuitive user interface. For this, some new functionality was also developed by our team for the Dataverse API, such as the ability to create a new draft dataset without any metadata, and the option to replace and delete files using the native API. We've also been working on another dashboard, namely one to track our curation phase. It allows us to keep track of who is reviewing what, and to generate automated feedback emails based on some standard elements we always check each dataset for. In the last couple of weeks, there's also been some work done on improving the performance of Dataverse for datasets with a large number of files, as our setup was struggling to handle a dataset with over 60,000 files. So you might be seeing some improvements on that part in an upcoming Dataverse release. If you want to know even more about any of this, you can find Erik, Özger and me at this community meeting, or you can email us at the help desk email address with any questions you may have.
Okay, so we are ready to start our travel around the sample of very good work that has been developing by the Dataverse community. And we'll start with Canada, so Lina Harper, that will present the building of community of practice for Dataverse in Canada. The floor is yours, thank you.
Oh, perfect. Perfect setup. Thank you. Hi, bom dia. Okay. To click this? Or there, okay. Oh no, my slides are not showing up. It's okay. Well, anyways, good morning everyone. Bonjour à tout le monde from Canada. I'm Lina Harper, and I'm a data curator at the Digital Research Alliance of Canada. And I'm here representing my role as the liaison to Borealis as part of the Digital Research Alliance of Canada. I believe this was already played. I don't know if it'll play, but it's a video.
Need help with depositing, publishing, sharing, and preserving your data as a Canadian researcher?
You played it already, it's okay. I just wanted to play a few seconds, but it's fine. So you already saw that beautiful, wonderful video, but I just wanted to play a little sample to remind you. So just to give you a little bit of a background about what's going on in Canada, it's a very coordinated national service. So we, in 2020, the Government of Canada, in partnership with many very engaged members of the community of librarians across Canada and information professionals and ARC professionals, got together and got the Government of Canada to mandate us to start assembling a bilingual national digital research infrastructure. And that was to assemble the distributed but siloed many organizations. And as part of that coordinated national DRI strategy, we were given from our government funder, ICED, $375 million to do a 5-year new national organization. So we're just learning how to walk until we can run right now. We're still learning a lot. But we've learned a lot, and we've taken a lot from other organizations that are now part of the Alliance, such as Portage. Many of you have probably some prior knowledge of Portage. That became the team that I'm part of right now, which is the RDM team. And we took with us this idea of community engagement. And so for the Alliance, just to give you an encapsulation of what we're about, we have 3 pillars that we concentrate on: ARC, RDM, and research software. So for the community engagement part, we have a structure called the Network of Experts. And again, that was from Portage, that structure that we took from them. Very grateful and honored to take that structure. And we take the expertise of these people, librarians and institutions across Canada, to get their best advice to engage with the community as they are the frontline workers, and we are a national organization. So we couldn't do this kind of work without them. And I just want to say as well, my role is the liaison with Borealis. So this role was created just recently, just last summer, and I was lucky enough to be hired to be a data curator as part of the national team for the Federated Research Data Repository. So part of my time is spent doing just technical data curation, making data sets from researchers findable, accessible, et cetera. And the other part of my time is with community engagement with Borealis especially. And one of those groups that we get our sort of feedback mechanism from is the Dataverse North Expert Group. And that's all I want to say about that. And I also want to say that these are the experts in the expert groups are volunteers that often do this work off the sides of their desk. So this is very important and valuable. And as Victoria mentioned yesterday, we have 70 instances across Canada, including British Columbia, Alberta, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, and all of East Coast. We're a very big, geographically huge country, and we have a lot of universities. So this is quite a big success for us. And it's supported by the University of Toronto, Scholars Portal, and the Alliance. And as you know by now, it's old news. We changed our name and branding to Borealis to better reflect a sort of Canadian identity last year. There's the map. And just to remind you about those 3 arms to the mechanism of the Borealis community, so the network of experts, which is specifically, there's many, specifically the Dataverse North Expert Group that acts kind of as a governance structure where that was Borealis created a community facilitation team that would then host monthly community meetings for it says 65, but it's 70 now, universities and colleges. And so we host these team meetings once a month and the community meetings once a month as well. And I would say in the 70 institutions, we have participation from at least one administrator at each meeting, around 45 administrators. So it's a very good ratio of participation, I believe. And it was launched in, this is all probably old news to you, but launched in 2012 with OCL, Ontario Council of University Libraries, and we extended the service nationally, along with 4 regional academic librarian consortia. Of course, this work is never possible without the help of consortia. And as you know, we have every institution can manage their own collection. So we call this the Institutional Contacts Group, and it's comprised of administrators from institutions using the repo service. And we have created some spaces for the community to engage with each other and with the team facilitation group. So for example, the email listserv to support end users and to facilitate discussion, to ask questions in a common forum. And I mentioned this already, but last Thursday of every month, we meet, 45 admins get together on a Zoom call, and we're able to, as a facilitation team, we're able to give them updates about the service, technical updates, but also we host community Q&As, and we try to be like as, you know, it's a dialogue as opposed to, you know, a one-way conversation where we just deliver information. We try to be reflective of the user community's needs. And so some of the highlights that we've had this year are some really exciting things with the community. So some training. So Learn with Borealis is a series of training workshops that we've hosted. So we had an API session about learning how to work the API in Dataverse. And that was very popular, very well attended. And then we have an upcoming session on the permissions, and we'll be doing one in French and one in English as a bilingual space, a bilingual country. That's important to us. The community right now is very interested in the default license setup for Borealis, which is CC0, and it's led to so many interesting debates and conversations during the team facilitation meetings, so much so that we are going to be hosting another panel talk at some point with the Alliance. I'm part of another expert group that I am a chair on, which is the Curation Experts group, Curation Events Working Group. And I think my time's coming up. I'm very close to done. And then another cool thing that we're doing is the administrators survey. And this was an 8-person working group. It's ongoing work right now, although we have deployed the survey. And we have a really great response rate so far. So it's 2 surveys, one for institutional perspectives and one for an individual perspective. And we are walking the walk like our researchers, and we did the REB approval for that. This is just, you can look at these slides later, but this is the structure of our expert group mechanism. Interesting stuff. And then just to show you what the response rate is for our survey across the country, really good. We're really happy with that. And we're gonna do hopefully a longitudinal turn this into a longitudinal survey where we can collect long-term data and see patterns and really respond to those needs, user needs. And then just really quickly, some preliminary results. What are some Dataverse enhancement that would be most beneficial to the community? And 2 of those interesting responses were the integration with tools to support sensitive data deposit and sharing. This is very obvious to most people in this room. And something that's very individual to Canada is improving support for research conducted by and for Indigenous communities. So we have in Canada First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities. So there's a very large sensitivity around that and interest around that. And then finally, we also have the governments and collaboration. We've formalized a working group just this year with the creation of a terms of reference and that was authored by the community facilitation team, of which, by the way, we are 5 members, myself included. And it's another thing that we've done with governance is we've increased the synergy and the collaboration with the Alliance, including onboarding myself as the liaison, so more conversations, more links, more reporting to each other, new policies, etc. Some interesting upgrades to the service. You can read this later on your own time, but I'll just point out the improved French translations for this service, and then that's it. And I really want to hear from you, so please get in touch and stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lena. We will have time for questions at the end. So from Canada, we come to Minho, where we'll be listening about the certification with CoreTrustSeal of our data repository. Pedro?
Okay, good morning. The idea of this presentation is to share a bit the approach that we had in Minho team, in the repositories in Open Science Office team that we had to the process of prepare ourselves for the certification. DataRepositoriUM was launched in February, just before the pandemic, so February 2020. So it's a service that we started and it's embedded in the RDM strategy for Minho. So we have the strategy published. It's only in Portuguese, but you can access in the repository. So one of from the different components from the strategy, one of the components in terms of systems and services was to establish an open data repository, and we have established that. And since the beginning, we had a bit the goal to improve the quality of the service, the quality of the workflows, the policies, and the certification was the goal, alongside with other integrations in open air and in other services for sure, the registration also in Re3 data, fair sharing, to give more visibility. But since the beginning, one thing that we did was to prepare ourselves, prepare the service, but put it in production even if it was not perfect. Because we were aware that we will not have 1,000 deposits in the first week of the service in production. Sometimes we lose a lot of time to make services available in production, and we can do it alongside with the service. This is what we did. And the idea of the presentation was that the CoreTrustSeal was a way for us to improve the data repository procedures, and also a kind of self-training process. This was the most important thing, the self-training topic that we mentioned. It was a slow process of preparation, but it was quite a benefit for the team to be more prepared in terms of the procedures, the workflows, the policies, etc. So the goal, we always have that goal since the beginning, to fill a bit the gaps that we had in our service in production, better definition of the workflows, establishment of some policies that we didn't have in the beginning, so detailed policies for the curation or for the preservation, proper documentation made available. We had several things, but we need to improve those components. And also an important alignment with other institutions, the ethics committee, the DPO, so to have also some integrations there. Of course, when we release the service, we have the terms of use, the rules, but so several things were missing, and we did in this process. The CoreTrustSeal application was is part also of a goal of another project that we have in consortium with the Instituto Politécnico de Bragança, that there are 2 colleagues here. Clarice is there, say hello. And the rest of the team is Julia, that is with that beautiful salmon color t-shirt, André and Paula. And we start this with a kind of meeting where we cover all the requirements one by one, and we put it in red and in yellow and in green, those that we need to approach. It was really a learning process. At the moment that we took that decision, we had in this project the money, for example, to buy this certification support consultancy to a company. And we decided to do it ourselves, even if it was slowly. We did it ourselves in an interactive process, and it was quite important. We did it together with the other institution, but then we did it inside of this core team of the Open Science Office. It's much more than a seal. I think this is the process, is the self-assessment, the self-training. I think it was really important. And we really want to emphasize the pedagogical role that the CoreTrustSeal process can have. We should not lose the opportunity of this application to improve the knowledge of the team. This is why we decided to do it in this way. The documentation that is available in the Dataverse website was also relevant. I think it was a great work. I don't remember who have started this. Philipp have contributed, but there are other persons that have there the documentation of their application. So different Dataverses that have applied for the CoreTrustSeal have shared their experiences, and we compare a bit. We check what we can adapt to our needs, etc. And it was really important for us. So at the end of the process, we improved a lot of documentation, of procedures, etc. So we start with the analysis and documentation to have a global vision. So we did it together in the project. Then a self-assessment to identify the most critical gaps that we had, and then we started documenting, creating and updating some of the policies, creation of some services, process and policies. We made available everything in the public web page, and we will also do a link and associate with our quality management system that in the library is certified, so we also need to integrate that in this process. So the information, basically, the results are available in our About page, where we have the different, so the draft of the preservation policy or the different documentation. But really, what was important here was the self-training process that we all benefit, not only to prepare the documentation that was needed, but also to empower the RDM knowledge in our team, and it was good because now we have a more capacity people in our team, which is really great. So thank you very much, and this is our presentation.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Also for keeping the time, even shorter than 7 minutes. Well done. And we will keep in Portugal now from an institutional repository to Poland. It is the national repository being established by our national funding agency. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll share with you guys the adventures and disadventures of our dream team trying to implement Dataverse for the National Digital Repository. Who are we? We're trying to deploy Dataverse as a last resort for all the Portuguese institutions. Some of them might not have the requirements that we need for the installation of Dataverse. They might not have the technical skills, they might not have the infrastructure, so we're trying to do it for them, and despite telling them to deploy their own Dataverse instance, we encourage them to deploy their own instance, but if they do not have the technical skills, they probably will use our own. So continuing on the presentation that we've made last year on the Dataverse community meeting, we found some issues. Luckily, we overcame all of them, and then we came up to a nice solution And our first approach for the architecture of Dataverse was this quite nice architecture, where we use containers for all of the components of Dataverse. We have a primary and a secondary instance. And if the primary instance goes haywire, we can also shift the roles to the secondary deployment, and it will work. So as engineers that we are, we look at this and we see, whoa, now it's working, it's perfect. So let's try and break it and see how hard can we push it. So we tried to do some stress testing to our infrastructure, and then this turned into kind of like it's trying to solve a murder case. Spoiler alert, it wasn't the butler, it was somebody else. And this slide should probably be called Dataverse Wars Episode 2, The File System Strikes Back, because we had a lot of issues. First, we tried to look at the we have here the architecture. Sorry, we thought that our culprit was our web server. Probably we didn't have enough resources for him to serve all the requests that we were giving to him. Then we went to the database, probably didn't have enough memory, probably didn't have enough resources or CPUs or whatever. And we tweaked the database, but we stress tested it, and the response times were awful. And then we went into Payara to see if we could tweak it up and see if we could increase the number of threads it could serve, give it some more cache memory and all that stuff, and it still didn't work. So we went haywire, and then we tried to make a new architecture redefinition and tried to put some of the components into a physical machine. So what we did, we did the following. We moved the database and the Solr indexer and the database orchestrator to a physical machine, and we came up with this solution that really worked fine. For our stress tests, we used JMeter, and we started by a very small number of users. 10 users creating 10 requests in parallel, and then creating dataverses, creating datasets, uploading files, downloading files, and then deleting the dataverse, the dataset, and all the files to see the medium time responses that we could have. And we had some really bad results. As you guys can see there, the average response time was of about 54 seconds, which was very bad. And after our architectural change, the average time went down to 4.5 seconds. And as you can guys probably see, the total of requests for the first test was of about 280 requests, and we had that lousy response times. And then on the second test, after making some architectural rearrangements, we did 5,000 requests in parallel, and the response times was of 4.5 seconds. So the problem was the file system, the underlying file system. We have everything on top of OpenStack, and then OpenStack is on top of a Ceph file system, which has a 3-to-1 parity of data spread. So it took a lot of time for the data to be stored on the underlying file system, and then everything to synchronize and get started to work, and to go the upper levels and tell the database, okay, now I have the data stored in the file system. Now we want to synchronize everything. You can commit your insert or your delete or whatever, and then now you can tell Payara to load the UI and tell everything is okay. So this is what we've done. in the future, what we would like to do is to have 2 physical machines in which we will replicate the database and the Solar Index to have this fault-proof. So if some of the instances, the primary instances, they have a failure or something like that, if we have some crash, we can switch to the secondary instances, and then everything will work perfectly, hopefully. That was all. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Zacharias. Also well done on the time. And now we are going to Brazil to know the experience of the implementation of the Brazilian Open Data Repositories network. So Laura Rezende will present.
Ok, 4. A apresentação só vai ser vista aqui. Só vai ser vista aqui. A apresentação aqui não. Ok. Você vai replicar? Sim, agora clicando aqui. Dá para aparecer aqui? Não, só aí. Tá. Ok. Good morning, everyone. Bom dia. I would like to present you our network, repository networks, data network that was built in 2021. This is the beginning of our network, and it starts by a public call from a partnership between 3 institutionals, relevant institutions that we have in Brazil, National Research Network, IBCT, Brazilian Institute of Scientific and Technological Information, and NPK, that is our main funding agency. This call, the objective was to select 4 scientific institutions from different Brazilian regions to implement institutional research data repositories. And the institutions will receive, the formal commitment was that the institutions will receive DOI limited range, annual and periodical knowledge exchange. We have meetings, periodical meetings, and the institutions must demonstrate support from upper management and technological team in the beginning of the process. And institutions provide also 4 datasets, 4 or 5 datasets as a pilot experience to the depositors. And in 2022, we created the National Open Science Consortium, and these 4 institutions is part of this. And this consortium was the main issue is to establish bases for technical and operational cooperation aimed at promoting activities to encourage the practice of open science. And the focus now is in research data. And the incubation period of these 4 institutions was in the beginning from August 22 to December 2022. Weekly meetings we have with exchange experience and learning moments. This was everything based on CoreTrustSeal requisites. We studied these requisites and started to implement our repositories based on these principles. We had support for our installations and configuration of the repositories using Dataverse, supporting definitions like missions of the repositories, scope, roles, institutional teams' involvement, our policies. We have exchange of experience during our process of making the first deposits, talking with the researchers and understanding the context of the research. It was very interesting exchange. We had support and exchange experience about the creation of the documentation, in terms of deposit, X and use, and the information that must be in our websites. This year, our meetings are each 15 days, and we have our network increased with the participation of Embrapa and Fiocruz. They are here also. And we have governance. We are in the process of studying governance for implementation in the network and in institutional level. And integration with Brazilian Institution Repositories Network that we have in the past, the beginning of our scientific publications repositories. So now both networks are integrated. And now our focus is on elaborate initiative for trainings, internal trainings, and for another institution that wanna implement their own repositories. And now some context of how the institutions are now. At this moment, this is my institution, UFG. Now we are preparing for the creation of an open science center that is going to coordinate the repositories and to implement open science internal actions. We have some events that we bring open science discussions. We have also some courses about open science and research data management, especially for master's and doctorate courses. And we are also defining some orientations for data repositories for journals. This is an institution, CBPF is Iacus studies, physicians, sorry. And they are in the beginning of internal dissemination of the project among researchers and students, promoting events also about open science, and they are in the continuous studying for future CoreTrustSeal implementations. This is the University, Federal University of the Amazon forest, and now they are in the sensibilization of local scientific community with some events. Innovation, invitation sent to the sector. Some sectors, internal sectors, are in the process of commitment and policy proposal. They are sharing their agenda of open science with some deans. This is the main one, research institution. Institutional registration in the MP2, they have their instance of the MP2. Training material they are developing for librarians and for PGD courses, that is for postgraduate courses. This is the screen of the repository, the main screen. They are evaluating their policy, the repository policy. And the other university is Federal of Ceará, that is in the northwest of the country. And they are with developing an institutional DMP2 template also, and expanding open science discussions and activities, internal. Partnership with a scientific observatory that they had to disseminate research and featured UFC data repository datasets. They submitted their repository policy to internal approval. They are revising the training materials and developing also events in course. Partnership with the Dean of Research and Graduate Studies. The library system will be responsible for curating and managing the data in the repository. They are doing researches on data governance and the CoreTrustSeal certification also. And they are expecting to launch the repository in this year. Embrapa is the new one that started, the new one in the network that has their repository is before the network was launched. And they have data and metadata curation in process. We have a video yesterday presenting this. They are in the course of data management training for researchers, dataset indicators, and plan to do CoreTrustSeal certification also. And Fiocruz, they are developing instructional materials, data and metadata curation, data management training, datasets indicator they are developing, and they are planning also to submit for CoreTrustSeal certification. And the conclusions that about this initiative that it's in a consortium way is that repositories are being internally structured and approved now, and it was a very good experience to exchange situations between. The repository networks provide resources and infrastructure optimization, and this experience can be as an inspiration for other countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Laura. Just before going to the next speaker, just to let you know that I was informed that the technical limitations on using the Wi-Fi network, apparently they have been solved, so hopefully everyone should have now access to the Wi-Fi, and sorry for the inconvenience. So we are going from Brazil to Hong Kong and to learn about the experience of the Hong Kong data repository.
Good morning, I'm Wendy, Research Data Librarian at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Thank you to the committee for giving me this chance to report the progress of establishment of the Research Data Repository at CUHK. My nightly talk is entitled The Implementation of the CUHK Research Data Repository with Dataverse Customization to Encourage Data Reuse. While research data management is of growing importance around the world, the Chinese University of Hong Kong set up the Committee on Research Data Management in 2020 to provide related services to the university. The CUHK Research Data Repository, which is implemented with Dataverse, is one of the main infrastructure. It was soft launched in October 2021 and fully launched a year after. We have customized the repository to facilitate data deposits, sharing, and reuse. On data deposits, we have implemented the following measures to ensure easy data deposits and data sharing. They include the implementation of single sign-on, the pre-assigned rights for researchers to create personal Dataverse, which we call folders, and the highly customized Dataverse structure. First, university single sign-on system has been implemented. Whether a user is on this landing page or other browsing pages, CUHK members can now log in with the single sign-on system to self-manage their datasets and folders in the repository. Second, an algorithm in Python has been developed to predefine Dataverse accounts on the repository using profiles of university members at the Human Resources Office on a regular basis. When a user logs in for the first time, the information on the Shibboleth account will be merged into a predefined account. After they log in, they have the rights to work in a specific departmental folder. For example, here on the screen, the Department of Anthropology folder. We have also redesigned the forget password mechanism to generate a one-time password for verifying the identity of the user. When someone leaves the university, if the content of his accounts, folders, and datasets use the university email address, the contact email will then be reassigned to our team's email address to prevent contact email messages goes to nowhere. Third, we created folders in a hierarchical structure. This is the structure. Under the big umbrella of the CUHK Research Data Repository, we have created folders for faculties in yellow here on the screen, departments and research institutes in blue here. This is the folder for Faculty of Social Science. And these are folders for the respective departments. Different metadata templates are pre-assigned to the folders under different faculties to meet the needs of researchers. After researchers log in, They are directed to create a personal folder under their own department folder for data deposit. Here, for example, the German Research Group folder is created under the Department of Anthropology folder. They can only create their personal folder in the designated folder, but not anywhere in the repository. Students are also required to work under their supervisor's folder. Researchers can then manage their datasets and or project folders inside these personal folders. With this hierarchical feature, they can customize their own guestbooks easily and share the data, share all the data of a researcher or a department using the folder URL. All these customizations can enhance the visibility, and it highly reflects the flexibility of Dataverse to meet our needs. On the other hand, we have also taken these measures to enhance the visibility and the reusability of data in our repository. They concern the facets, finding of data, and some events we organize. First, we have renamed facets so users can associate the hierarchical folder structure. We use the term folder in replacing Dataverse. Folder categories are changed to faculty, departments, research institutes, researchers, and research projects. Second, the datasets on our repository could be found via various means. They include the search through search engines, which is supported by Dataverse, and the index of our repository in R3 Data and OpenDoor. On the other hand, putting datasets DOIs in data management plans created on DMP2 can now link to the datasets on our repository from DMPs in one click. Users can now state the datasets DOIs in a DMP. When someone views this published DMP, they will be directed to the datasets page to the repository. Third, we are organizing events to encourage data reuse. The analytics practice opportunity and the Love Data Week are the examples. In the data analytics practice opportunity, students are encouraged to reuse data from the CUHK research data repository to create data analytics projects. Students create project websites and posters to demonstrate their findings and data visualizations. They also presented in a presentation session during the Love Data Week, which is an internationally celebrated event. These are some of the customizations and related projects at the Chinese University of Hong Kong and the CUHK Research Data Repository for facilitating data deposits and promoting data sharing and reuse. We appreciate the support from the Dataverse community around the world. They include, but not limited to, the demonstration and support from the Dataverse team at Harvard during the implementation stage and the discussion in the community course and Dataverse community Google group. We are also thankful for the sharing of experience from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and Johns Hopkins University. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we are coming back to Europe, to Leuven again, to where we'll be hearing about linking publications and datasets.
So yeah, hi indeed again. Today I'll be talking about how our entire setup works, connecting our data repository to our literature CRIS system repository. I talked about the lookups that we have yesterday, but it's actually a much bigger system. I'm going to skip this slide because it's exactly the same. But this is basically the system that I'll talk you through in about 6 to 7 minutes to really explain why we set it up the way that we did. So the first thing that we did was to ensure that every data set that is published in our Dataverse, that its metadata gets registered in our CRIS system. So that's really what this entire flow is about. It's about metadata. It's not about flow of the data files themselves, but really the metadata. And the registering of our datasets metadata in the CRIS system happens on a nightly basis. It's a simple export, and it just gets imported with a simple mapping using a Python script. And we use the API from both Dataverse and Elements, which is what our CRIS system is based on. The next step, which is something that I talked about yesterday, is how our lookup works. So this is basically the entire setup of it. We have all the Lyria's metadata, the CRIS system's metadata, that gets indexed in Limo, which is Primo-based. It's basically a discovery platform for metadata and records within the libraries. And with that, we are able to connect our lookups via the CoVox server to the Limo API, which allows us to very quickly and easily search on delineated queries to find the publications that are registered in Lyria's, because Lyria's also contains all of our output, not just the data sets that they get in from our Dataverse. And that's what I talked about yesterday, so I'm quickly going to go and skip the next slide. And we do the same with the HR data. So the SAP system is where our HR data is in, and again, we have a nightly pull from that. And that's where we really get that information with the ORCID ID, the affiliation, the email addresses and such in our lookups. But it's also the exact same data that is being pulled into our CRIS system. So in our nightly export from the Dataverse to the CRIS system, we can very easily match users because it's the exact same data that we've used to supply the author fields in our Dataverse. So then all of that was already explained. Now to the new bits. What do we do with datasets that are not published in our Dataverse? Because Dataverse Radar is our institutional repository, but it's not mandatory to be used. If a researcher wants to use a trusted domain-specific repository that is known in their community, then they're absolutely allowed to do so. But as a university, we want to have insight into all the data that is being published by our researchers, because on paper, all the data is owned by our university, so we should have some insight into it. So the initial attempt that we made was to basically do a bulk search in aggregators like OpenAir, DataCite, even Dataset, Data Citation Index by Web of Science, to try and find all the data that is published by our researchers, but it turned out that that was really impossible because you would get back so many incorrect results that you just couldn't offer up all the options to our researchers. So what we did instead was to create a tool called the dataset claimer that allows us to basically pull in all that data for them just based on a simple query. And we pull that data from DataCite and OpenAir, where normally most repositories, or at least all the repositories that have a DOI, have been indexed. And that way we can sort of avoid our researchers having to enter all the metadata manually, because that's what they have to do before we had this tool. They just had to repeat whatever they'd entered as metadata in the repository. So this is what our claimer looks like. The first thing that they'll do is to search for their data set, and that can be on the author name, on the title, on a keyword, or on the DOI. We prefer that they do it on the DOI because then they just have one result, and they just select the result that is relevant for them. The next step is to then import all the metadata, and the researchers get an opportunity to correct it or complete it. And linking back to our lookups and something that was mentioned this morning, we actually implemented that external vocabulary support like we did for our related publications and our author lookups in this little tool as well, because we have a button called the KU Leuven button, which basically allows them to very quickly look up their U number and fill it in, and therefore we can just uniquely link in the system itself these records to the correct users. And we did the same for the related publications, because typically they're not exported by DataCite and such, or at least very often they're not there. But again, they can use a lookup that we had, that we already had in Dataverse to also use in this tool. So it's an example of how basically those external vocabulary support in that system with the CoVox server can be implemented outside of a Dataverse as well. Then the extra step that appeared here on the screen is the gray box at the bottom. Fris, which means fresh in Dutch, but that's not what it's for, is the Flemish research portal, which is basically the Flemish aggregator of all output produced by Flemish funds at in one CRIS system, basically. It's another metadata aggregator in a way, and we have to report to them for our KPIs, but also to ensure that the research funded by the Flemish government is as visible as possible for them. And that happens via our CRIS system, because at this point, our CRIS system contains all the linking between outputs. So that's where you can find what data sets are connected to what publications and to what projects they are related. So that all ends up in FRIS. And I forgot to actually add an arrow because FRIS very soon will be harvested by OpenAir. So the enriched metadata will also be supplied to OpenAir, and we'll kind of create a loop like that to really try and provide as complete records as we can. So our reporting and dissemination is very strongly a part of that entire setup to really make sure that we have as an enriched metadata records as we can for our produced data sets, by first using Dataverse as our source to create our own institutional repository, and then that repository being able to map and spread everything that's published there to our university's CRIS system, the Flemish CRIS system, the European aggregators OpenAir and EOSC portal, and then also Google Dataset Search. So that was the entire flow. Hopefully it's a bit clear what we do basically with our metadata and why it was worth the effort to explain, because when I just show this, it can sometimes be a bit scary. But then I have to add something more, because what I actually just explained was this, basically, in essence, and that's just parts of our entire CRIS setup. But I won't go into that, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very impressive work. And now we'll be hearing about facilitating Dataverse internationalization from Alfredo Cosso from For Science. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. As I said, I'm Alfredo Cosco. I come from Italy and I work for a company, For Science. We are a small company. We are just 37 people. 1 year ago, when I arrived, we were no more than 20, so we almost doubled in 1 year. And that's, it's a good moment for us. And we are a company based on offering services on open source software, related to open source software. One of these is Dataverse, and I'm something like a product manager for Dataverse in the company. And the big problem we face is the lack of translations. Often, especially for Italy, they are up to date, not always consistent. And so we have this situation that our customers, first they want the Dataverse in Italian and in English, but when they see the mix, when they go to the Italian translation and the Italian version and they see the mix of languages, they ask us to retire the Italian translation and just to offer the English version. And so I proposed to have a job to have a new translation for the Italian version of Dataverse. Key components of translation are, of course, to be accurate, clean, consistent, and we would like to do this by using a web tool, because using GitHub is not the best for one who, for job, is a translator. Often they are not used with something like commit, push, pull, or strange flags. They just want an input form and do their translation, do their job. So we have to facilitate this process. And I made some proposal to the community for a web tool that was user-friendly, that supports different file formats, and has a translation memory, collaboration tools inside. And we decided to invest in this, invest time, offer time from our job to do this. We cannot translate directly. No one of us is translator or has the expertise to do this. But we want to do this because this creates a best user experience. There is a best satisfaction in the user when he can use its own language. And last but not least, and sad but true, it's compliant with some local regulation. In Italy, we had, in the last months, 2 law proposals to sanctionate websites, institutional websites that have too much English in their texts. And there were 2 different, but 2 law proposals for in this way. So we have to do also this. And we want to do, by doing, I propose to my boss to do, by doing what I always do: community building, collaborative work. We want to join with our stakeholders that are our customer, but could be other enterprises or other universities that are not customers, and we would like to build a community, like Dataverse do. Like I learned here with in meetings, periodical and online, and workshops and with in presence. We would like to build a sense of collaboration in the Italian context. And we have the idea to have at least 2 deliverables in this path: a style guide and a glossary. Because it's important to have always the same language inside the context to be coherent in this context. How? I think that there are a lot of systems. We can use gamification. We have to acknowledge and recognize the job, the work of who collaborates with us for the translation. We have to find a way to, also something similar, like a badge that you can put on your own profile on RSpace or on Dataverse or somewhere that says, I did this job. I offered my time to collaborate for Dataverse translation. And at the end, we would like to resume this experience and share this experience with other communities, other language communities, to find a shared best practice to have a localization well done and diffused. There are some references. We proposed as a web tool, Weblate. There is a description in the mailing list, in the events, and I know that there is something that is moving in this way. If you want to see our website, it's easy, it's forscience.com, so you can see services that we offer. There are some links about projects in which we are involved and that are related to open source software, and where we take and do and offer something, always in a collaboration spirit. And that's all. So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Thank you very much. And to close this session, before we take some time for question and answers, we will have a video from our colleague from Ecuador, Freddy Zumba, that will be presenting the implementation of the federated Dataverse infrastructure in Ecuador.
Hello, everyone. From the Ecuadorian Corporation to the Development of Research and Academic Sedia, we're working together with cities to building a collaborative research community through the implementation of the federated Dataverse infrastructure in Ecuador. Ready Plus is the Ecuadorian research repository at the global. We can find different researchers' profiles in this repository. You can access to metadata about patents. You can identify different programs, grants, even progress in research. And at last, we incorporate the INDATA, that is the research data repository that implements Dataverse, the repository solution. We are part of the global community of the Dataverse implementations, and also we are part of datasets membership to get endorsed for these datasets published and in data repository. The Ready Plus is aligned to different standards and guidelines, even technology, like integration with ORCID. We are using 5 principles to make it interoperable, accessible, etc. Even we follow the OpenAI guidelines and use the serif model like umbrella to identify different components and follow the clear descriptions. In this way, we have different data sources or data inputs, that is, different Korea's university systems, RSpace repositories, and now research repositories like in data. Also, we have another data source like Wikipedia, RSpace repositories, or another research database. And the output and how the universities or users can access to this information or metadata can use different web browsers or web access, APIs, access Sparkle endpoints of the traditional OAI PMH protocol. And in data is the first intention to have the national data repository in Ecuador. For this project, we have different guidelines, use case, user manuals, and different content to make accessible, make easier to publish the researchers' datasets in this repository. We have different programs and events for diffusions to get adoption of this kind of repositories in Ecuador. And we are working together to build a community to help the researchers know about the researchers to save data, know about Dataverse repository that is open source. And in the future, the universities can implement these repositories in their premises. And like a first intention in this way, we are using a national federated authentications from CEDIA. That means that the service that CEDIA has is the unique authentication point, like a service that we provide. And we connect the Dataverse authentication protocol with this solution in CEDIA to make accessible to all universities in Ecuador, put or save the datasets in this repository. We define different Dataverse space, and each researcher can authenticate with this protocol and save the data or dataset in this installation. It makes accessible to the researchers. They don't need to create an account. They need to make another process to access the repository, and they can access directly following different guidelines and requisites that the authentication has, and set the data in the protocol and make accessible this data following the licensee and maintenance of the repository. And conclusion, and the next stage for this repository is to increase the use and adoption of the research data repositories in Ecuador or even in Latin. Working in standardizations, use the best practices to manage research data, to even extend actors and resources to adopt data repositories, making maybe partnerships, working with internal and external collaboration, and working adoption with the researchers and governance with different institutions, and to create or collaborate with the government to create a public policy research to adopt this kind of technology solutions to storage the data in Ecuador. It's all. Thank you.
So I would like to invite all the presenters to come to the floor because we have time for questions. So we have already one question over there. Need another. Oh, I don't need to. I don't need to. I don't. No. I don't. You are the panelist. I don't need to sit. So please go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. I have one question, but it's actually not for the presenter. I'd like to know what's the status of the possible Dataverse Weblate instance.
I think I only know parts of the story, but I think there was a weblate run by Slava's group at one point, and with the recent discussion, we've talked about trying to get one set up through GDCC, and weblate will offer a free service, but only if your translations are in the same repository or same organization as the software. And right now we've got Dataverse is at IQSS, and the translations are at GDCC. So I don't know if we've actually exhausted all the discussion with them to say, hey, you know, look, this is really one project, it just split, can we still have the free stuff or not? So if there's anyone who can volunteer to kind of push that conversation through, I think that's kind of where we are. If they say no, then we've got to figure out, you know, is it something that we can run a hosted version ourselves again or not? But definitely a place where a volunteer could help get that moving again, I think.
Thank you. We have another question over there.
Thank you. I have a question for Lena. With so many organizations being part of Borealis, and you showed the survey that you did in the end, how do you deal with requests and different user needs, actually? What's your setup for deciding, for prioritizing what to do?
That's a great question, thank you. And I think that my colleague, Dylan, would be also very well positioned to answer, but I think it's a matter of being very flexible and open and allowing a lot of, pregnant pauses and silences, and allowing that space to exist so that people feel that they have ownership over the space and the right to that speech and to make suggestions. But it's hard, we are now in our almost post-pandemic world, but it's hard to be distributed and not in the same room, but we're learning through Zoom, through these distributed environments to collaborate, and but everybody has a communication style that's different and unique to them. I find that a challenge personally. So we're using different techniques like to boost engagement, for example, having like little icebreakers in our Zoom meetings about what's the weather like today, or did you fill out our Dataverse survey yet? So it's a bit of just friendly conversation to open up, to warm up our user base, I guess. Does that answer kind of your question?
I was also thinking about governance, maybe. Who is prioritizing?
Who is prioritizing?
Like when there are feature requests for the implementation of an external tool, for example.
Well, what we do is we leave the question and answer period open during the meetings, and people can also ask questions through the listserv, and we take those questions and those feedback back to the community facilitation meeting. We discuss them, and sometimes we don't have the solutions, and we'll just have like a training session or a panel discussion to further ask the community, how do we resolve this problem? But yeah, at the core for the governance, it's our 5 people, our 5-member people that are part of that. But in the future, we'll open it up to other, like the wider community to join, I think. But it's still new, it's just 1 year or something that we've tried this model.
You have another one over there, Andre?
Lena and Dylan, because we haven't gotten a chance to speak. So, you had mentioned, and I had mentioned to Megan and some of your colleagues at IQSS that from your survey, you found out that 2 of the important components that people are looking for are sensitive data support and indigenous data support. And so sensitive data support is a priority for the NIH Gray Grant through OpenDP and data tags. And indigenous data support is also a use case for the NIH grant that starts in year 2. It's already started. But we encourage groups that are especially dealing with the indigenous data community to join the working group, because we need the perspective. What we have now is founding members of local contacts, GIDA, folks from the Australian Data Archive, but it would help to have members from your community join the Indigenous Data Working Group, because it's going to give us more use cases that we have to figure out how to support. Our initial concept, the demo is on Dataverse TV, is really dealing with TK labels, support of TK labels, and there's a access workflow demo as well. That's part of that video that you'll see, but having you guys on board is really going to be helpful. So maybe somewhere between now and when we all get back to home, that
we
a
should
couple
talk.
of people, yeah.
And I love that you're doing TK labels. We're exploring that, I think, as well. But I do want to say that with the indigenous piece, the Métis, First Nations, Inuit, they're all very distinct communities, and it's hard for us as Canadians and white settlers to impose our model and our framework and our structure onto them. And so sometimes we have to go out and see what's already happening. Where are those conversations happening? And it's more us folding ourselves into their structure rather than necessarily inviting them to ours. But it's really hard, and I would love to speak to you more about it. Yes. Let's do that.
And then we have one other one. No?
I was just going to clarify the first question.
Just back to the governance stuff from the first question. We're in the midst of setting up our governance board, so we'll have a better understanding of how those decisions are made, and they'll be brought to the governance board for priority and decision making. Right now, a lot of the decisions are made within the Borealis team, looking at what is possible, what development needs to happen, but through those community engagements, we're having the conversations where the administrators can bring that forward, which will then go to the governance board and then to the development team as the priority.
Okay, thank you. Are there more questions? Oh, yes, over there. While the microphone runs there, I have one question, and for Laura from Brazil. What are now your future plans? So what will be your next steps, and what are the main challenges or threats for growing and strengthening the work that you have been doing in Brazil? Yeah, there is a microphone there.
Our next steps is, first we are defining our governance model for the network and internally in the institutions, and the training material and courses that we are in the process of developing in the RNP and CNPq, the main agency wants to offer to our research community. And the challenges, in my opinion, I will respond as a representative of one institution, is internally to have the research community on board.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah. That's always a challenge. Yes, please.
Maybe a question for Pedro. So with the CoreTrustSeal preparation, did you come across any improvements or extensions you wanted to make to Dataverse to help you with compliance?
Oh, okay. Maybe Andre and Julia or Paolo can also help. I don't have on top of my mind any request to Dataverse. We were quite focused on some of the gaps that we have, so the workflows we have it more or less established, but we didn't have it well prepared. We didn't have a proper preservation policy, so we were focused on that. Even the curation policy was not well prepared, so we were focused mainly in this. I think what the work that in fact was Laura also that was leading that documentation, the support documentation. I'm not sure if it was Laura leading, someone were leading and preparing. It was quite useful. Like, let's say by default, Dataverse can easily comply with this requirement, this, and this is the way that they did it in Norway, or they did it in Singapore, or they did so. I think it was quite helpful, but I don't have any. Andre, do we have any request? I don't have any request. Sorry, to specifically for Dataverse, not on top of my mind.
Okay, but it would be interesting. I think then I don't know how many Dataverse repositories are certified by CoreTrustSeal at the current time. But what we're starting to face, especially with automated deposits, is that we need to keep some administrative metadata about things like whether there is ethics approval for the research, or whether the license matches the privacy requirements of the data. And as Jim mentioned, that's why we want these administrative metadata extensions, among other things, to keep track of all these little boxes that the curators need to tick. So maybe it's a question of opening a thread in Slack or so to start discussing this, because we're working on trying to see what can be extended in Dataverse to support certifiable curation steps.
Yes. It's a good idea, yes.
And there's a thread on the Google Dataverse community that can be revived. It needs to be revived. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, we are coming to. Oh, there is another question over there. Yeah, still.
But I think it's a good idea because we are putting always the, like we are always putting the effort on the researcher that is depositing, at least from our side, that we are a self-deposit data repository, and then we leave a bit the quality assurance for the researcher and not for those that are validating. I think it's the metadata. It's important to improve those curation policies. I think it's good.
I have a quite practical question that I don't know whom to address, because on one of the slides there was that the repository is indexed in Google Scholar. I don't know on which, sorry. But I thought data repositories are not indexed by Google Scholar, because Google Scholar is for text publications and not for data sets, and it's only, but this was a requirement of one of our researchers, so I just wanted to ask, is there a way?
No, we have in the slide that we usually present to the researchers, because the DOIs are there available. I think I'm not sure if there is any limitation, but we can see DOIs there present. So, is there any limitation? Do you know? I don't know. Julian knows.
Over there.
Hi everyone. I think the slide said Google Dataset Search. I don't know if and there were some slides that said that Google Dataset Search. I'd be surprised if they were being indexed in Google Scholar, but they shouldn't be.
Okay, I think we are on time to end. I maybe extend 1 or 2 minutes more, because it's not quite a question, it's more kind of a comment regarding the work that was presented by the colleague from Leuven. That was very impressive and very useful work. But when I was listening to the presentation, I was wondering about how easier will be our life if we could start to have the research objects linked from the birth, from the beginning, and for instance, and starting to implement in our systems notifications about new events, like creating a new data set or a new publication that is, so using notifications between our different types of systems will probably, I think the work that you are doing, unfortunately, will be very needed on the coming years and probably decade. But I really think we should start to invest on building a knowledge graph with linked research objects from the start. This is not a question; it's more a kind of a reflection. If what anyone wants to add on this.
Yeah, maybe I'll already start on it. For us, one of the biggest challenges is still linking output to projects. So we're relatively able to connect related publications to datasets, but the project information is really something that we can only get from manual input, because it's nowhere indexed, at least not for the Flemish projects. So that's really something that we're hoping will become available somewhere, and that we can automate it in some way, because currently there is some, well, considerable manual work still necessary for that. There's still input necessary to say, okay, that project connects to that output, and it would be great if that was no longer necessary, because for us, it's one thing that we can't convince our researchers to also do. So it's one of our biggest challenges. So yeah, it would be great if it in its entirety was improved and it was more of a reciprocal system. But at the same time, for us, it's not a super practical issue, because the researchers can connect in Dataverse, but they can also connect in the CRIS system. And for us, the source is the CRIS system. That's the thing that matters for all the reporting and such. So we do see with the related publication lookups that authors do indeed come back once their publication has been published to add it. So that wasn't the case before we had the lookup. So we do want it to be even easier and more automatic, but we're already happy with how it's happening right now.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's already lunchtime, so please give a big round of applause to our panelists. Is there any sorry, there is still a video, so stay with us for 2 more minutes for the next video.
Edmont is the open research data repository for the Max Planck Society. This repository is the place to store completed datasets of research data with open access license. Research data from all disciplines can be published in Edmont. Through this, Max Planck scientists gain the ability to create citable research objects. In 2022, Edmont was significantly innovated. We switched from self-developed software to Dataverse and have been very happy with this step. After successful data migration, we could switch the live system to Dataverse at the end of February 2022. Our users' feedback has been highly positive. Dataverse has allowed us to offer many new features that our users' community has requested for some time. For example, the possibility of versioning datasets was a particular frequent wish. We have connected Edmont to our institutional single sign-on. Our Max Planck researchers can therefore use the system immediately. They do not need to register. Collaboration partners can register locally and then work with Edmont. After a major change, we focused on improving the repository by enhancing its operation. We developed a zip viewer for users who upload large amounts of files or many individual files. This viewer allows users to view and download single files directly from the published zip files, making navigating and accessing dataset information easier. For example, out of a vast zip file, only the README can be downloaded to see what the dataset contains and what can be done with it. The metadata quality varies, so we support users with auto-suggestion. Our auto-suggestion for affiliation was implemented in autumn 2022 and includes a selection of WORO identifiers that appear after entering the organization in the metadata. Max Planck institutes are boosted for quick and easy filling in of institution and work by Max Planck scientists. Around the same time, we were also able to activate Edmont for MyBinder. Since then, dataset with Jupyter notebooks can be loaded into mybinder.org. There, code and data can be viewed immediately and used interactively. This increases reproducibility considerably. In January 2023, our 500th dataset was published on Edmont. This is a symbolic mark, and we are now on the way to our 4-digit number of datasets. Where are we now? We currently have datasets from 62 of our 86 Max Planck institutes in Edmont. The relative distribution of datasets by our Max Planck subject areas shows a wide range of published datasets in Edmont. Since February 2022, we have also been publishing datasets under the Creative Commons Zero. One of our largest datasets with 800 gigabytes was recently published in March 2023. Currently, a dataset is published in Edmont on average every 2 days, and we are excited for more to come.
Hello, Dataverse community. We're sorry we couldn't be with you in Portugal this year, but we're proud to provide some briefings from the Texas Data Repository's annual activity report since May of 2022. The TDR has gained 5 new institutions, bringing us to 14 members. The newest members from the Texas Digital Library community are Texas Advanced Computing Center, UT Southwestern Medical Center, UNT Health Science Center, UT Health San Antonio, and Southern Methodist University. TDL upgrades the TDR twice per year and is currently on 5.12.1. We're so grateful for all of the energy and time that the community devotes to improving and refining the software. Our working group managing changes during upgrades decided to add embargo, GitHub and Dropbox integration, and direct S3 upload and download.
We have added preservation in Chronopolis, a community heritage-based distributed digital preservation system, and Baylor University has shared how they are describing Chronopolis preservation in its DMP guidance. Our annual user numbers have consistently increased as well.
UT Austin graduate research assistant Andrew Ryder created public-facing and internal Google Analytics dashboards for the TDR. We're exploring production services for supporting alternate storage for larger data. We've also eliminated our 10 gigabyte dataset cap.
We are constantly improving documentation and collecting educational materials and new resources. And TDL was part of the recent OCLC research project, Library Collaboration in RDM. That report will be published soon.
Each of our members contributes to TDR growth and expansion. Pause this slide and the next one to get an idea of our work. Thanks for listening. See you in 2024.
All right, we are going to get started because it's already 5 past the hour. And our first presentation is geospatial and high-dimensional data in Dataverse, smart detection, improved metadata, and geo-search. And Phil Durbin and Jan Range are going to be presenting. Phil is from Harvard and Jan is from University of Stuttgart. Did I say that right? Good. Okay, I was close. Anna from Harvard University and Amber from University of Toronto are not here, so take it away.
Oh yeah, we only have 7 minutes, no time for jokes. I was going to talk about the...
Oh no. Started. That's bad news.
I've been saying he's one of the Stuttgartians of the galaxy.
You just lost 4 minutes.
Oh, jeez, okay, all right.
Stuttgartians of the galaxy.
How do I get to my slide? Do I just advance? Oh, yeah, please.
It's another one, it's another one.
I thought it was fine.
Yeah, I just need to bring it.
Oh, I'm going to give you some time back.
Oh, no, you don't have to. We'll be quick. Okay, so thank you everyone for coming. Should I wait a little bit? I can ad-lib.
It's time for the joke.
Right. Some more jokes. Some more jokes.
I like the Stuttgartians of the galaxy. This is a really good one.
I can imagine a Photoshop. You know, you put your faces. Who do you want to be, the raccoon?
The raccoon, yeah. That's good for the and you?
Sonia. We're off to a great start, Sonia. Thank you.
But the new part is really good. I will do the cinema.
Okay, Pedro has closed the door. We're alone now. We can continue. Thank you, Sonia, for the introduction. I'm Phil Durbin. This is Jan Range. And on the slide, we also have Anna Tricevic and Amber Leahy, who couldn't be here today. Anna, especially, I want to thank for getting the funding for this project in the first place. It's 2 different small grants from the NIH. And you can take it away.
Yes. So, hi everyone. My name is Jan Range, and today we want to talk about geospatial data and high-dimensional data in Dataverse. So when you're dealing with geospatial data, you're most likely to encounter the netcdf file. So netcdf is a file format that effectively implements the climate and forecasting metadata conventions here, and is based on HDF5. Yeah. So what they're implementing right here is information about what kind of area did we investigate within this experiment, and also what did we find right there. Yeah, for everyone who doesn't know what an HDF5 file is, so it's also a file format, and it's one that is very suitable for large data sets because it effectively represents, as the name suggests, a hierarchical data format. The nice thing about it is that you can just pick out the data that you want, so you don't have to load everything into your memory, and that makes it really efficient for especially big data. And one of the use cases, of course, as you can see right here, is climate data. That's a lot of data, actually, if you want to cover a complete country or continent in that sense. But it has multiple other use cases, such as in simulation sciences, where you want to store the data from, let's say, a CFD simulation or everything else. It also has usage in not that visual applications, but also in machine learning. You try to store the weights that you have trained in an HDF5 file because it manages everything very, very well. And I tell you one thing, like with this project, we've learned a lot about cartography, yeah? We had a lot of discussions, so we wanted to put coffee stains on that because we had a lot of discussions on that, and we finally managed to understand it in a I'd say, a good way, and implemented this now. And Phil will now talk more about the Dataverse implementation.
Right, so it was fun to learn about this format. We actually interviewed lots of people, but then we wanted to actually make something concrete, some sort of feature we could ship with Dataverse. And the good news is this project has been going on long enough that some of these features are already in production at Harvard Dataverse and anyone else who's already upgraded to Dataverse 5.13. So we picked Dataverse is written in Java, and so we picked a library from the people who make netcdf and are now using that inside the Dataverse code. And one of the first features we get from that is just being able to properly detect these files as netcdf or HDF5. So previously, files could have just been shown as unknown unless they had the correct file type, but now we are showing them. And once we know it's one of these types of files, we can let people explore these files with this new previewer we built. What's happening here is this eyeball is the previewer, and it's showing an XML file. This is a standard netcdf markup language file. So that instead of just this opaque file with no information, you can actually pull out some attributes and start to understand what's in the file. And I'll also add that you can download the XML file separately because we're storing it as what we call an auxiliary file. And along the way, we also improved the external tool framework so that we only show that eyeball, we only show the preview if the auxiliary file has been created already. So hopefully this will be able to be reused by other developers of external tools. Moving on, one of the things that Anna was pushing us so much on was that we should be doing more automatic metadata extraction from files themselves. You may be familiar that Dataverse has a feature for astronomy files that are in FITS format, where it'll pull out metadata about those files and put them in at the dataset level. So now we're doing that with netcdf files and HDF5 files to pull out a bounding box, a geographical bounding box. And so along the way, we also we're noticing that this bounding box is a little tough to read. So we have a draft pull request to add the actual names of these different values, like west longitude, east longitude, et cetera. And this is just a preview of how a map would look. Oh, and then geospatial search. This automatic extraction feeds very well into our new geospatial search feature. 2 minutes. That way, these are all indexed into the Solar search engine, and you can find them there. I think over to you. Yes.
Yes, that is very nice. So if you're interested in doing this also in the programmatic way, so the Python library to talk to Dataverse, Easy Dataverse already supplies a function to parse netcdf files and add all the stuff that is happening in the graphical user interface on a programmatic way. And I think this is really nice to show right now. You can see the NCML file, but we've also added a geospatial data previewer so that you can inspect the HDF file. On the left-hand side, you see the complete structure. And the nice thing is that all the arrays in there you can plot. And I think we scientists, we love plots, yeah? But if you're also into it, you can also inspect all the numbers in there. And for those who are really fancy, especially the geospatial people, you can even visualize heat maps and inspect the data across the US, yeah? Up the right side now. All right, so
in the last moments, I'll just say that this project is sort of wrapping up, but we have thoughts for future contributors. One idea is that maybe we can make a GeoJSON file from this bounding box that we've already extracted and visualize it that way. And then, Amber is on the slides, and we wish she could have been here. We've been talking to her about additional and improved geospatial fields. And then finally, there are a lot of formats that are built on top of HDF5. So Nexus is one that someone we interviewed is interested in. So, and that format can already be read by this code that we've written. So it seems like there's a lot of opportunity here in the future as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Philip and Jean, because I know I tore up your name when I said it initially, so I apologize. The next talk is Dataverse integration of multimodalities with external control vocabulary in the Muse IT project. Am I saying that right, Slava?
Yes.
Okay. They're so complicated. Okay, it's your turn.
It's not so complicated. Okay, so yeah, today I'm going to present you another project that we're running at Dance.
And this is quite a unique project because we're going to integrate different modalities. And yeah, let's start. So we have a lot of partners, and mostly partners coming from Europe. However, we also have collaboration with Stanford University and with King's College London, and DANS is basically responsible for everything related to data in this project. And background. So in this project, we want to help people with disabilities. And according to a report created by World Bank, 1 billion people, or 15% of population, experience some form of disability. And we're going to help those people to feel and to be integrated in normal life. So there are, of course, a lot of challenges. And one of challenge, of course, accessibility of cultural assets. And second, broader engagement with cultural assets and cultural co-creation, and methodologies for preservation and safeguarding of cultural heritage with inclusion as its core is really important for us. So we really want people which are blind, they should feel exactly the same as people without disabilities. And architecture is quite complicated, and I just want to say that it's all cloud related, and this direction to Docker is really fitting well in this picture, and this is what we are going also to use created here. And just a few words about what we are going to do. So we are going to track different data streams. For example, information coming from sensors. So we have some devices that can track people emotions. For example, if they're listening music, some data will be produced. So we can understand if they're feeling sad or they're feeling happy. We also can connect virtual reality devices. So we can also make projections of some images or some videos, and also track reaction of people. So we can do a lot of fun stuff. But what is remarkable about that, one of use cases is basically about using music as a treatment. So there is a new field called music therapy, well, relatively new field. And for people with epilepsy, for example, there is theory that by listening specific music, they can feel better. And that's something we want to investigate and we want to prove. And this is really difficult task because we have different types of data. We have cultural assets, we have music, we have data coming from streaming services, from sensors, from virtual reality devices. So it's really difficult to integrate everything and understand what's actually going on. So Dataverse plays, I would say, a central role in this because apparently all data should be stored in Dataverse, and we have different groups working on different data sets, but everything will be integrated in Dataverse with control vocabularies. And different data collections also will be integrated in Dataverse, like cultural heritage materials, metadata, and ontology. So this will be stored as own assets, let's say, and this is how we're going to manage the project. I will show in next slides. Also, archiving data streams from sensors and virtual reality devices is a very difficult task. We don't have solution at the moment. We have some ideas, and probably after we'll know, after some experiments, we'll come back to Harvard and let's IQSS help us with it. So archiving metadata from different modalities without changing their ownership is also on our roadmap. So we are planning to collect papers, news, articles, comments from social media, images, video. All these kind of modalities should be really integrated in one data lake, data system. And we wanted to apply artificial intelligence and machine learning for metadata enrichment and linkage. So all this could be done with usage of knowledge graphs, and we already had nice discussions about that. So this is just example. This is an article that was fetched from internet. And yesterday we had a presentation of Now Museum, and this is a project that we're running together with French partners, with Yves Rosenthal. And it allows basically to do the same as Google does, just to get any kind of materials from internet, and after going through machine learning and artificial intelligence pipeline, we are just generating some metadata, and we are placing those metadata as is at the moment in Dataverse. And the idea that we'll extract keywords, so we'll get keywords that could be integrated with keywords coming from other modalities. For example, some keywords from papers could be integrated with keywords from publications or from social media. So we will know the same thing and we need to make links. And now we're coming to the point that vocabularies, we are really bad with vocabularies at the moment. So we have a lot of vocabularies published by different organizations in different formats. It's not standardized. And somehow we need to find a solution how to deal with it. So we started to work on a service that can get any kind of JSON file with ontology or control vocabulary or CSV. Doesn't matter in which format it will be published. But this service should recognize format and should, yes? Okay, I will be very quick. So you all heard about Cosmos. So we are basically getting all stuff in Cosmos and external control vocabulary functionality integrated in Dataverse. This is how people can link those terms and get them in the knowledge graph. So as last thing, I will show you a small demo. I hope it will work on this computer. So just to illustrate this, there is a small demo that basically demonstrating knowledge graph visualization with millions of nodes created for musicians. For basically what we did, we queried on 3 names, 3 musicians, and we've got millions of relationships to other people. Unfortunately, it's not coming, but if you're interested, probably you can try. I don't know why it's not working.
You want to refresh? Can I refresh?
Wait, probably. Yeah, it's a pity, but yeah. That's life. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Slava. And our next talk is streamlining data sharing and machine learning with Dataverse and customized metadata. Lincoln Sherpa, TU Dresden.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lincoln, and I'm from Technical University of, sorry? So I represent Technical University of Dresden. So my topic is about streamlining data sharing in machine learning with Dataverse and customized metadata. So my presentation is actually really short and hopefully sweet. So it consists of 4 different four categories, let's say. I will talk about a small introduction where I will give you a context about the interdisciplinary project that what the science is now heading for. And I will make a small context about the machine learning and how it is related, how it is now collaborated with Dataverse. The third part is where I will go more in on a workflow basis, and I will explain you how machine learning could be incorporated with Dataverse as an example, and then finally our takeaway message. So going more into the introduction part, so we know that the modern science is going in the direction of solving very difficult projects or difficult challenges, which requires knowledge of different disciplines. And with this interdisciplinary project coming into the picture, this is getting really famous, or let's say this is getting really a hype because of the potential synergy, must I say, and then because it leads to a kind of innovative solution rather than a conventional, traditional idea. So Keen is also one of the projects where the idea is to introduce AI in the process industry and evaluate the potential, where it has data coming from from the chemical plants, as well as data from the experiments, as well as simulated data. So because of the interdisciplinary project, one of the disadvantages is in the contextual understanding of the people of different disciplines, because we have to make them align, that chemists and biologists know what they are talking about. So for this project, we came around and we started asking the people in a workshop what their metadatas were, and started aligning it with the available metadata standards, forming a schema which we call as PROMETAS, Process Engineering Metadata Schema, for that project. And after collecting the feedback and aligning it with the metadata standards, we categorized them into 7 different categories and uploaded them into the Dataverse. Now I go into the chapter where I try to make a small context about what we were working with Dataverse. We all know that the deep learning process is highly data demanding. That means if more the data, more the requirements of high capacity storage, as well as more new challenges for the data management. And we need also need to somehow stick with the fairness of the data as well. So for example, in the figure that you can see is one of the application for Dataverse. In our case, this is the experiment where you have a chamber and you have liquid. You have a pipe with a liquid, and you have a lot of bubbles coming out, and you have to categorize them based on the level of bubble. So since this is image based, so that's why the image parameters such as so like lens settings and camera settings play a vital role. So it's necessary to capture them in order to assess them for future analysis. So now I go more into the workflow with Dataverse. You have an experimentalist who is now a source of image, who is now a image source, who will now have his data somehow uploaded into Dataverse with S3 as a backend. And then you have a machine learning engineer or ML enthusiast somewhere down the line who is requesting a dataset JSON representation so that he gets to know all the IDs of a file. Now we convert this IDs of a file of a data, let's say IDs of the dataset into data points, and with the TensorFlow API, we use a technique called data on let's say we use a technique where we convert this entire list of data ID into small batches so that you can use this, so you can read as well as provide this small amount of batches to the training model. So it has 2 different advantages. One advantage is that the requirement of GPU as well as RAM is reduced to minimum, and second, you end up having a trained model without having to store the data physically on your local drive. So if the model is now ready, then he can also again upload this back into the Dataverse with the customized metadata that what we have developed, or let's say what I was talking about before. And this model which has been shared could also be used then by some other person who could re-evaluate and do some further hyperparameter optimization and so on, and further enhance the model. So in this way, we believe that we can finally somehow move towards the advancement of science in the terms of machine learning. And so now the beauty of this project is now, because I'm now talking about one data set per machine learning engineer, but since the same metadata has been applied, so you can imagine that you can combine 2 or more data sets down the line and produce even better model and share it with the community. So takeaway message from the conclusion is that you can have a customized metadata for the contextual understanding between the different discipline when he has an interdisciplinary project, and the incorporation of Dataverse in machine learning workflow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lincoln, very much. All right, Our next talk is data deposit model made by a multidisciplinary team in health field, the Arca Dados experience. Vanessa de Arruda Jorge? Anybody else coming with you? And Clarissa? Fatima. Okay. Maria de Fátima Moreira Martins. And Fundação Oswaldo Cruz from Fiocruz. Okay. Wonderful. Fiocruz? Thank you. Come on up.
Good afternoon. I'm Vanessa. I'm working in Fiocruz Presidence, and I would like to talk about one of our experience in data issues, experience of assisted deposit with multidisciplinary group. Fiocruz is a centenary public health institution bound to Brazil Ministry of Health. Our mission is to produce, to apply, and to share knowledge and products to improve the population health and quality of life and empower our unified health system. We are present in different states of Brazil, and we are also in other 2 countries. With an office in Maputo, and another has been created here in Portugal. Consider our mission. Since 2014, we have worked with 3 open science policies in formally institutionalized manner. The first one is the open access policy. The second is the open education research policy, which launched 2019. And finally, the third one is the research data policy, which was launched in 2020 in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. The last policy about data is accessible in 3 languages via this link, and describe the principles and guidelines on management, sharing, and open data of opening of data for Fiocruz groups. In the same period in Brazil, other institutions were discussing implementation of research data sharing. And we are invited by IBICT and the RNP to be the first institution to test Dataverse in the group that was participating of the 4th action plan of open government partnership. These all institutions that was working on with us. This is our brief history, our timeline. Of implementation of our Dataverse installation called Arca Dados, the name of our installation, which was launched in October 2022. Of these years, we have been working to implement and improve our workflow and process, so to create a trust relationship with Fiocruz and partner research. It has been so easy. It hasn't been so easy for 2 main reasons. First of all, there is a resistance and fear regarding data sharing, since some research had bad experience with some approach used in some international collaborations. We're from South, Global South. And secondly, there is the issue of the scientific asymmetry, which a crucial challenge to be overcome on data sharing for us. So, Arca Dados is the official data repository of Fiocruz, which can offer a lot of benefits and services for our community, research community. One of the research main expectation in this work is that their metadata can be found in national, regional, and international search engines. Have your research visible to get new collaboration. We are working on this together with another institutions, Brazilian institutions. René and Laura talked about this yesterday and today. To harvesting and the other from Arca Dados and other platforms to these search platforms. And these benefits and perspectives made the research looking for us and participating in the construction of assisted deposit models. There are our numbers of these are not our numbers and platforms I've indexed so far. During the assisted deposit, the research learns about license, about copyright, transfer rights, metadata, the fair data sets, and the data use agreements that was needed in Brazilian laws. I think you wonder what the assisted deposit really is. This is a data set evaluation. This is a data set evaluation with a process model. In it, the researcher receives all instructions about the deposit. We identify the data set from filling out the form, apply a legal and checklist, and that's called checklist, and hold a meeting where all doubts are solved, and the researcher deposits the data sets and sign the terms of copyrights and authorization of deposit. Sorry. This is the representation we made of the model with inputs and outputs and some outcomes. And the healthy area, there are several specificities for data sharing, such as anonymization, consent, and genetic heritage. We have different starters in Brazil, and the assisted deposit process has contributed to the work and the other areas of the institution that work on these issues. The assisted deposit encourages reflections, learnings, confidence, security, and the engagement of Fiocruz research. After the first experience, many researchers recommended the assisted depositation to their colleagues. We have many incentives from research for continue this type of deposit. We are learning that we need a time of maturation in our institution to talk about data sharing, but a dialogue approach for learning purposes and increase the participation of research is needed, and the institutional action for data management, sharing, and openness. This is our card. I would like to share a piece of our divulgation to promote the Arca Dados in Fiocruz, and we talked about this with them. Thank you. I would like I'm available to answer any doubts, and we would like we appreciate the help of this community to continue our work in Fiocruz and Latin America.
We have 3 more talks to go. So, artificial intelligence and thesauri tools for Dataverse's information retrieval task. Adília Alves, Centro de Investigação de Montanha IPB, and Clarissa Paes, Instituto Politécnico de Bragança.
That's it. Good afternoon, my name is Adília Alves. I installed Dataverse in Instituto Politécnico de Bragança, an institution of higher education in Portugal. And Clarice managed the repository, Dataverse. So, Instituto Politécnico de Bragança is an institution of higher education located in Bragança, as I already told. And we have 6 schools and 4 research centers. Before, researchers were unaware of the need to open and preserve research data. They maintained the data locally, just for them, and they have no notion of
how to preserve the data and how to open them. So too much primary research data is irreversibly lost. For example, climate time series data. Here in Portugal, we have HIPMA, that's an organization that keeps climate data in Portugal, but there's no resolution. So in Bragança, for example, when you want to know what temperature made in January 2000, for example, there's no resolution. And these data were captured by IPB, but they didn't maintain them. So we lost too much data, primary data. We decide to use control vocabularies. We know that the advantage is to reduce errors in the description of data, solve problems with synonyms and homonyms in natural language, and can be used to improve web navigation systems. Why we want to use control vocabularies? In schools, we have too many study areas. And these study areas, people don't know really what keywords to put and to put associate with data. So we decide to use control vocabularies. And we start in this work with agriculture. It's one of the main areas of study of IPB. So we use, there are relevant control vocabularies that are interest to our areas of study, but we start with AgroBook. So IPB use the citation metadata block with keyword with an internal control vocabulary that because we want to work with the primary data that are captured in growth, directly in growth, image, videos that we didn't capture them until now, and you want to capture them and do some stuff of indexation of this material, of this data. So we have used the citation metadata block, and we use also a custom metadata block with the creator field or seed lookup and keyword field, agrovoc lookup. This is an example of agrovoc lookup. So right now, we know that machine learning right now is present in our daily life. For example, when we make search in Google, there's a system of to suggest proactively what we can look for also. So these are the most important impacts that artificial intelligence can have in information storage and retrieval. So machine learning algorithms make it possible to automatically classify and organize materials. That's what we are doing now in IPB. We are trying to automatically classify image and videos that we capture in growth directly in the field, in the olive growth, for example. But artificial intelligence can be also important when we make a query. Now, when we make a query, we have to construct a query and is not made with natural language, like is, for example, with ChatGPT, when we can, using natural language, query the system and get an answer. And we can also have the further important impact of artificial intelligence in this kind of systems is with suggestions. So if we don't know, if we are looking for something, you can be proactively advised that something can be also looked for. So this is an example of an image that we capture in olive groves with a camera edge device that's located in olive groves. We captured image of the traps, yellow sticky traps, that maintains the pests that are present in that group. So with the YOLO V8 algorithm, that's an algorithm that makes object detection, we can classify the image and know what pests are present in that group. So right now, we are in a pilot phase, and we put a control vocabulary with the options of the pests. But our future work is to automatically communicate machine-machine, so without human intervention, make the storage and retrieval of these material, thousands of images that are captured in olive groves, and maintain this data in Dataverse. Without human intervention, make this communication and storage. Thank you.
Okay, this is a really big group. I have to introduce everybody, even though everybody's not here to speak today. But enhancing research software archivability with a container registry in Dataverse. Serbani Roy, Stuttgart Center for Simulation Science, and University Library, University of Stuttgart. Annette Seelan, Technical Information and Communication Services, University of Stuttgart. Dorothea Iglesiakis, close, University Library, University of Stuttgart. Jean Range, Stuttgart Center for Simulation Science, University of Stuttgart. I want to make sure I said everybody. Thank you. Come on in. I'll add 2 minutes to your time.
Thank you for the introduction. So I will just jump in. Okay, so as we know, Dataverse project is promoting fair research data, but what about research softwares? In 2022, Barker et al. Proposed a guideline for the research software, which highlights the necessity for maintaining the consistency in the development and deployment environment of the software, which motivates research software engineers to ship their research software through containers. So we can consider this instance. Suppose this is a group of research software engineers. They have developed this research software, and this researcher want to use this software. So how they could do that? So this group will prepare a recipe by replicating the environment on which they developed the software, and they will build an image over the recipe and push it to the container image registry. Now the person who wants to reuse the software can pull the image, run the container, and reuse the software within that container. Currently, there is no specific infrastructure in Darus to archive the containers. Darus is the Dataverse instance at the University of Stuttgart. So the question is, can we use the current infrastructure? Maybe yes, but because there are several research communities in the University of Stuttgart who are using this. And what is their approach? Their approach is just upload a tarball of the container image and shell script for their run command. But this approach fails to take advantage from the layered-based file system of a container image, which allows common layers to be stored only once and reused by the other images. And also, it is a common practice to use a container image in the recipe of other container. So to do that with this approach, one first need to download it, add it to a container registry, and then reuse it. So this is not good. And also for a new version of the image and updating the image, one needs to upload a whole new tarball again. So this is also not desirable. So what could be the solution to this scenario? To establish a container registry beside Darus or in the more top level at the Dataverse, and then develop a protocol that will regenerate the container's run command from the build time. So our first approach towards this goal was to regenerate the run command. This is important because when this run command sometimes have several arguments, and to rerun the container and for the reusability of the research software, it is also very important to keep on track of the of all of the arguments. So our aim was to establish a metadata block that will collect the arguments of the run command from the developers. And our first consideration towards this was to make it technology agnostic. That's why we have gone through several containerizing platforms. Although there is a runtime specification from the Open Container Initiative, but some of this containerizing platform have their implicit advantages. As this CoPO, this gives some advantages to the non-privileged users, and this singularity has some implicit mounting. So together with this OCI specification, we need to keep in mind also these advantages from the several platforms. Okay, so this is our proposed metadata block. I cannot describe more about the use cases of the fields and something. So our current goal. Currently, we are developing a tool that will collect the information from this metadata block and use the container image to run a container in the backend so that a user can explore or execute a research software directly from Darus. And also we are planning to upgrade this tool in such a way that it can detect if there is any update in the metadata or new version of the image, and it will rerun the container so that a user always get an updated and uninterrupted execution of the research software. So until this, we are using the, and in our metadata block also, we are using the URL of the external image registry. So the question could come, what is the need for hosting a container image registry beside Darus or Dataverse? So it will help us to control the access within an authorized group of people so that we could maintain the data privacy and confidentiality while dealing with the sensitive research softwares. And also it will reduce our dependency on the availability and stability of the external registry's external network and sometimes potential bandwidth limitations. So this will eventually help for faster image retrieval and deployment. And lastly, we could customize and control the versioning and integration also. So a possible step towards hosting a container registry beside Dataverse could be to install and configure it. So for that, first we need to agree on a software depending on our requirements. Then we need to define the storage backend and secure and authenticate the recipe. And then our idea is to develop an interface between the Dataverse and the container registry. And at this point, we are seeking collaboration from the Dataverse community to integrate this container registry in the Dataverse. And yes, I want to conclude that I have described our aim to enhance the reusability and replicability of a research software so that a user can explore and update an archived research software directly from Dados or Dataverse. And here are my colleagues who are working with me in this project. Jan and Doro is here with me. And thank you for your attention. I think question and answer session is later.
Who told her she couldn't take a breath between each of those sentences? Okay, our last presentation is a video recording. It's Dataverse Roles for an Optimal Data Quality Curation Workflow by Dario Bassett, Stefano Bolelli Galevi, Paola Galimberti, University of Milan.
We will see a video now.
Mm-hmm.
It's loading. My PC is slow. I don't know why. Okay.
Hello everybody, my name is Dario Bassett and I work in Milan, in the University of Milan, La Statale, and I'm part of a directorate which is called Performance, Quality Assurance and Open Science Policy Directorate. Okay, I'm center support for Dataverse here in University of Milan. And I've been working quite a lot in the Dataverse, including using the API and curate and for the quality check of the datasets and so on. Let's go to the presentation now. The agenda is quite simple. We want to talk about what are the actors of this workflow. What are the roles that we want to define? We have three different kind of actors, of users, of course. We have the researchers, we have the data stewards, and the central support. To be honest, at the moment we don't have data stewards, but we are hiring the data stewards. So in this slide you can see the workflow as it is. So this is the as-is situation. We have a very simple workflow. The researcher is almost autonomous in doing everything, but the Dataverse creation. The Dataverse creation is up to us, and we're taking care of this kind of task. The researcher can autonomously publish the data without any intervention from our side, yes. The central support is just checking the final quality of the published data. Okay, this is the workflow that we would like to have in the future. The initial part of the workflow is the same as before. So we define the Dataverse, and the researcher, once they have the Dataverse and the dataset to work on, they deposit data, but will not publish. They submit for publication, and the data steward will check for data quality, and if the quality is okay, publish himself or herself. We would like to define a custom role which is called DV Manager. Okay, the DV Manager is a special custom role that can do a lot of things, but publish. As you might expect, the problem is not allowing the publishing or not. The problem is the granting of this permission, because if we give total granting permission to this role, she or he can, of course, define users with the maximum administration authority and bypass the publishing gate. And this is not acceptable, of course. The solution is quite simple. We should have the possibility to define the granting of the permission with the scope. So you can grant permission only to a certain level of permission. The Divu manager, a person that has all the permission that she or he needs, but publish and grant roles that are above her or his roles. This ends my presentation, so I would like to thank you for the attention. And okay, let's discuss about this because we think this is quite important for us. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that is the second half of our lightning talk, and now we're open for question. Can we get all of the speakers back up on the stage, please? Do we have the other microphone? Okay, and somebody has one here for them? Okay. All right, do we have any questions for any of the panelists? Okay. Stefano.
I have a question, I have a comment. One question for Lincoln. So when you mention the TensorFlow transformation of the data, you say there is no memory occupancy. I didn't get this passage. Do you mean that you store the TensorFlows along with the data and you pass to the machine learning model, or it's done on the fly?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I skipped some information on this part because I wanted to make sure that I convey a message on a very high level. To answer your question, we have, every image has a JSON file. So we just combine all this. Like when I say a data point, that means an image file with its associated JSON file as well. So that means like the TensorFlow, before putting it on the iterator, so let's say my data set has 1,000 images. That means 1,000 images / 1,000 JSON files. So every 1,000 file is now converted into small batches. Like let's say I have a batch of, let's say 10. So now all these 10 batches are done with multi-tethering into the iterator so that you train the model in every 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. So you end up caching everything, all the files from the data set without having to store it physically on your local machine. So this is the approach. Does it answer your question?
Yeah, maybe. Now my question is are these generated on the fly or they're stored somewhere? Apparently they're not stored. You just pass batches of...
We just pass to the trained model.
Okay,
and you can shape the model. When we talk about the model, then we can shape the model if the accuracy is up to the par.
Thank you. And the other comment is for Roy, maybe? Yeah. So about containerization and reproducibility. There are different ways of thinking at reproducibility. So for me, the idea of having containers that can be updated is kind of strange, because sometimes you need a workflow with software, even with bugs in it, because you want to replicate exactly the same outcome, even if it's wrong, because eventually you can correct it. This is one way of thinking at reproducibility. So sometimes you don't want the container to be updated in terms of the software and the dependencies and so forth. Is this the kind of upgrade that you are thinking about, or?
Yes, actually we are thinking that like as we are getting some versions of the datasets and somebody is working on, like somebody has a research software and they added some new features to it. And other than adding another data set for that, they want to, in their software, they have added some some features or something, and like dataset, they want to have a new version of their software, and then they want to update it correspondingly in Dados, and they want to give a new version of the image, and correspondingly they will have the new sets of metadatas and something. So we want that it will detect, like our tool can detect this thing, and it will rerun the container in the backend, so that a visitor who will come and see the software from Dados, they can have the updated view. Like not for the, like maybe for the bugs, but mainly for the updates. Like if the research software has a version 3.4 and other than that they have a version 3.5, and it will be stored in a single place, like not every other data sets for every other versions.
But you still store the image of the container, not just the description of the container.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Like this is just in the conceptual level. Maybe when we try to implement and when we have the more ideas, maybe, I don't know, but concept until now is like this. But maybe we will see.
I have a question for Adelia. I found it very exciting to see the controlled vocabularies. Is that something you define per project, or is it for the whole institution? Because it seems like a very, very complex.
Yes, there are too many terms to apply, but we are using just right now in a pilot project, we are using just for 1-2 projects that are working with image and videos from Olive study. So we are leading with image and videos from pests, Olive pests only right now. But maybe in future we will extend to other areas. We are working with that, we start with that area study because it's a area with edge devices located in the growth. So we want to keep that data. Before Dataverse, they count the olive flies and forget other data. So they forget primary data. They just sort secondary data. And we want to keep that primary data because it's useful data to other projects around the world, because olives, there are olives all around the world. So we want to keep them and share this data, primary data, with other researchers from Greece, from Italy. And it's important to keep primary data, not just secondary data. It's the start. For us, it's the start.
Thank you. Any more questions? We have time for maybe one more. Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
So yeah, the question now from the panel here. So Slava, I was really enjoying your talk, and what you essentially do is you extract keywords. And as of a personal interest, I mean, would it also be possible to get a publication or an article and extract something like species concentrations that we can parse in some metadata schema? that, yeah, essentially just gets me enzyme concentrations or whatever. Is this possible actually, or
yeah, there is library published on GitHub, and it's available, and it's integrated with Dataverse. I presented it yesterday.
Oh, that's awesome. Nice. I was just thinking about it. I'm sorry. All right, cool.
Wonderful, great. Thank you to all of the presenters.
Laboratories. The data produced in the context of the research carried out in these centers are very important for the production and reproducibility of knowledge and innovation, as well as for their preservation. The Dataverse was installed in the IPB in order to have an effective and efficient infrastructure for managing the data resulting from the scientific activity. In April, we presented the Dataverse and the DMP to the different research centers and investigators. Since the outreach sessions, the number of deposits has increased significantly. However, we still have a lot of work to do in order to convince researchers to share data in repository. We are now in a process of certification of the repository for CoreTrustSeal. Thank you.
So great, we are almost done. So unfortunately, it was almost at the end that we have a delay, 15 minutes delay. It was the first time, I think. Jim, come. You very much. So now we will have a session that is the, let's say, a risk for us, because it's like this is wrong. So the idea is that we have working groups and interest groups. And the idea is that we take this opportunity that because we are here face to face. Usually all the meetings are online, so we have this opportunity to bring more people together for the the working groups. Okay, we just put in the agenda 5 working groups. We will meet in the auditoriums that we have available. I will explain to you. In fact, I need before Jim start talking. Jim will do a bit of the status and the main outcomes from the working groups. Unfortunately, we don't have the working groups in the paper program. We only have it online. Okay, so the working groups that we decided to have is a new working group on the GDCC sustainability, containerization, software metadata, control vocabularies, and registered metadata. So these are the 5 groups that we will put in the screen for you to select. If you check the program online, you can decide which working group that you want to participate. There is a facilitator of the working group that will tell you a bit about the main, the status. And what we wanted to discuss is about plans, new features, so new goals for these working groups. If someone at the end of Jim's presentation want to alert the community for new interest groups that we may want to establish, or to revamp the interest groups that we have, so we can also have some like 5 minutes for that. Jim.
Okay. So I wanted to give you just a little history and then talk about the working groups. And at this point, we have sort of more groups and informal groups than there's time to do in parallel here. So I wanted to give you a sense of which ones there are, if you want to get involved in them, or if you want new ones, to use this opportunity here. The sort of formal working group started after the 2020 meeting. We all agreed that we wanted community meetings, and so later in that fall, we came up with one working group that had 3 parts. Everything was flexible metadata. There was only one group, but within that we wanted to talk about code and container metadata, about using Dataverse as a registry and having metadata for that, and fair vocabularies, which is, we talked more about external vocabularies, but that was the 3rd part. We had some online meetings. We had a reserved Thursday slot that any of those subgroups could meet and talk things over. We had Slack discussions, design documents. And the external vocabulary group is a good example where we basically had some variations in how we thought that could go together. We had a lot of meetings to discuss. We had use cases that weren't in the original ideas, and we basically boiled that down to something that we could implement. And we took the things from Don's and the things I'd done for QDR, and we stuck them together and got, a feature into Dataverse. And then that group has basically been, advertising that it's out there, making small tweaks, but it really hasn't been an active group in terms of the working group structure since. So as we went forward, we said, great, this is wonderful. We've got 3 topics within the metadata group. We now want to have another subtopic. And it didn't quite make sense to have a DevOps metadata subgroup because DevOps isn't a subset of, so we started basically saying, okay, you can have a working group and make it, call it, and so we started having multiple groups without really making a process to do that. We've talked a little bit about wanting to keep at least one distinction that comes from RDA and elsewhere, that if you're going to call yourself a working group, you really should have the resources to get something done, an objective, and you're basically going to go through some process to get to a design you can implement and get your result out and get done. If you've got a topic that you just want to talk about and you think there's lots of subtopics and you just need to get the community together, we call that an interest group. So again, these are still kind of informal. There's no process to get approved as a group where, RDA and others have these bigger processes. We've been a small enough community, and probably still are, that if you're interested, start using some of the communication mechanism, gather your group together and get going is a fine thing to do. A lot of these groups had outcomes, and again, we could have them meet today, but mostly they would tell you what they accomplished. So I was going to try and do that in just 1 minute with pointers rather than having to have you all go off into different rooms. As I said, the external vocabularies group, we have the mechanism. It's been written up in white papers. There's a repository out there with example scripts to connect to any vocabulary that's in SCOSMOS, connect to ORCID, to the funders registry, to research organization registries, and hook them into various fields in Dataverse. And that repository is open. You can add more as you go. The code container metadata group, there's a code meta block. The Hermes project has been driving it because it's got the resources, so talk to Oliver about what you want to do there. And there's been both that, and with Harvard Data Commons, there's been work to try and support workflows better that are now kind of in Dataverse. The registries group, I think we haven't completed the work there, but things like the remote overlay store and the permalinks that were supported by DONS are kind of all in that direction, so those things have been done and put in. I mentioned protected metadata here. I talked yesterday about metadata that you have to have a key to be able to edit, so users can see it, but if you're not the application that wrote it, you can't change it. That's another part of being a registry. And there's been a DDI group that talks on and off, and one of the topics that's come up in there is trying to support DDI CDI, which is pretty different than codebook and other things, and so we've been trying to just figure out kind of at the interest level, what do we do with it and how would we work with it. And there are subsets that are then basically talking about, can we improve the metadata that we're sending off the data site? Can we improve the DDI stuff? And I guess I could argue that things like the being able to do exporters as remote plugins now is part of trying to drive into that direction. If you go out and look on the Slack, there are a whole bunch of other groups that are out there that I'm not going to say too much about. Some of those things are like, you know, PyDataverse was created, and then there's an interest group around it. DevOps that I mentioned, and so on. Big data, we've done things to get bigger and bigger data, and there's a group out there if you want to ask questions, but it's not really driving towards any particular thing right now. The one that's really active and that I want to ask Phil to come up and kind of talk about what they're doing and how they're communicating and stuff is the containerization group. So maybe let me just pause there and actually do that, and then I'll go on to the last slide.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, we've heard a lot about containers during this meeting, and this is a new working group, the containerization working group. Now, the focus is containerizing Dataverse. I know there's also interest, like in the talk we just heard, about containerizing research for reproducibility. But our focus is running Dataverse itself in containers. We've been meeting since March. We have a proposal, like a roadmap of where we want to go. We've made a lot of good progress already. We've been doing demos and such. And we meet every Wednesday morning, Boston time, so afternoon here. So yeah, you're welcome to join the meeting down the hall, I guess, and every Thursday. So thanks. Oh, and yeah, this group likes using chat rooms to discuss, like Slack, but instead of Slack, we're using a tool called Zulip, and this is just a public open invitation that if people are running a working group and you want a little space inside of our Zulip instance, you're very welcome to have one. Or if you just want to like drop in Zulip and just see what it's like, you're also welcome to join. I don't know if there's a browser I could show it quick, but if you go to chat.dataverse.org and click more info, you can find the Zulip link there. Thanks.
So the last thing on this slide, I noticed I missed the geospatial group, but there's ongoing interest there. And again, you heard things from Phil and Jan already about, you know, pulling geospatial stuff out, the geospatial indexing and so on. So getting involved, again, we've got some things set up today. I'm not sure if all of those groups really want to meet. You know, we have rooms for them, but if a lot of us are interested in many groups, and so we're going to have to pick one. So any of those groups may or may not have sort of a quorum to go forward today. And I know there are a couple new topics I'm going to ask for raising of hands in a minute about, you know, if you want to advertise a new topic that you want to get people together here while we're all here, find out who's interested and get coordinated enough to meet either today or later. All I would say in general is, you know, that we're really informal about this. It really is, you know, volunteers who want to get something done or want to talk to each other to get an understanding. So talk to people here. Use the Slack and the chats that we've got set up for the community to keep on going. try and keep to this, working groups are trying to get something concrete done in a concrete amount of time and have resources to do it, and interest groups are broader. Definitely, like we've said several times in this, there are enough things inside of Dataverse. If you're going to do a working group that wants to make changes, make sure we can figure out a way to not break features that other people want. So kind of involve people from the core and from people who know Dataverse in that area, so we get a good design out that's going to work. And again, a lot of these groups, we're somewhat beyond this level of working groups and interest groups. We've made up our own process. So a lot of the groups have made like design documents that are trying to say, here's what we're going to get done, here's some use cases, here's design option A and B and C, and we're picking B because blah, 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 or we're combining B and C, and this is the one we're going to go with because that's what our discussion went. And so those kinds of things might be useful for you, so I would definitely say look at what other groups have done and kind of adapt that process to what you're doing. So with that, again, Pedro mentioned the groups that we thought could be useful today. If they're not, we'll see who goes to those, but I also want to basically open the floor at this point. If you've got another topic, and I know there are a couple, so I'll point it at some point, but if you want to do those tonight, today, just raise your hand and kind of give a quick, come up to a microphone, I guess, and advertise what you're interested in, and we'll figure out where to let you go off together.
Hi, I'm Ellen Kraft-Miller. I'm working on the new SPA front end for Dataverse, and we're developing a UI component library that's meant to be shared, and I wanted to see if there's interest in a working group to get community members who are also working in React, who have started to develop components, so we can work together and share components and evolve this component library for Dataverse.
Any other suggestion? You want to mention this?
Thank you. I'm Katie Micah. I'm from Harvard Dataverse. I think I've heard a lot of talk about sensitive data this week. Maybe an interest group about sharing sensitive data or storing sensitive data in a Dataverse repository would be of worth to discuss.
All right, so we were having a sidebar, but I think SPA, sort of the front end library, and sensitive data, is that the two that we came up with? Okay. So I think we're going to try and break, and I'll hand over for the rooms here. And again, those two new groups, I'm not, well, I don't know what the best way is to find room for them. Okay, so they're not up there. So
yes.
Where to meet them?
So the idea is that we use this auditorium for two groups, the auditorium where we had the workshops in the first day for two other groups, and then in the middle you will see some shares for another group. So to simplify in order not to lose time. So we are just delaying the conference 15 minutes, okay? The idea is that we finish at 4 and we will finish at 15 minutes past 4, okay? We have 45 minutes to discuss. What I ask is that the facilitators or someone that the facilitator can ask, take notes in a Google document that you can share with us. We didn't set up a Google document for this. So you have the 5 working groups. We have already an idea about maybe new interest groups to start working. So the sustainability group, it's here, it's where Philipp is. So it's we have a piece of paper. And then there is another one where Don is. That is the register metadata that Jim is facilitating. Then the containerization is here. You will see some shares there outside, so you can see it. And then in the other auditorium, there is the software metadata. Is in front, the software metadata? Do you know? Okay. So software metadata and control vocabularies will be in the other room. there is also a paper in the, one is in the front and the other one is in the back, so try to select a working group and discuss a bit. Please, the facilitators, take notes in a Google document that you can share. There is one more comment.
Is there
one of the last installations. So let's close with the videos, and just before we start the closing. So is everything okay with the broadcasting, the recordings? Great, great. Thank you very much. Estão escondidos, meu.
The Harvard Dataverse Repository, located at the Institute for Quantitative Social Science, is a permanent repository at Harvard University that welcomes researchers from various fields, both within and outside the Harvard community. It is supported by the Harvard Library, Harvard University Information Technology, and is a member of the Global Dataverse Community Consortium. Recently, the repository introduced new features such as Binder, multiple license support, computational workflows metadata block, and the zip previewer. Dr. Stefano Iacus, the Senior Research Scientist and Director of Data Science and Product Research, has been with Dataverse for 1 year now, and Kaylin Boyd joined the Dataverse project as the new product manager in May of this year.
Hi everyone, I'm Stefano Iacus, Senior Research Scientist at the IQSS at Harvard University. Since last summer, I became the new Managing Director of the Dataverse project, meaning that I am in charge of setting the roadmap of the project and respond to the main stakeholders of Dataverse. As soon as I got connected to Dataverse, I felt the energy of the vibrant community, experienced the terrific skills and professionality of the team of Dataverse developers that I have the honor to manage here at IQSS. I'm looking forward to meet you virtually or in person in the coming days or months in a way or another.
Hi everyone, I'm Kaylin Boyd and I'm the new Dataverse Development Project Manager. I've worked closely with the Dataverse project team in other roles at Harvard, such as delivering library, data management, and curation services related to the Harvard Dataverse repository. This year, I'm looking forward to collaborating with the team in a much more direct fashion in my new role. For instance, in helping to coordinate and further our work on projects. I look forward to meeting you all online and in person in the coming months.
In 2023, the Harvard Dataverse published over 19,000 datasets, over 800 collections, and gained over 9,000 new user accounts. The repository actively engaged in collaborations, acquiring notable collections like the SAFE collection in collaboration with Houghton Library at Harvard, and the 2010 data release dataset in collaboration with the U.S. Census Bureau. The Dataverse project and Harvard Dataverse have been actively involved in the NIH Great Coopetition, which aims to enhance data management and sharing practices by incorporating generalist repositories into the NIH data ecosystem. Their participation involved webinars, workshops, and ongoing grant support. For the second year of the grant, the Harvard Dataverse has identified 2 specific areas of support: collection-level specification of data site repository credentials, and the inclusion of mechanisms for representing indigenous knowledge within the Dataverse. The team looks forward to another productive year ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so we are done with all the videos. So we are closing. So we will do this in a quite informal way. So we have representatives here from the organizer committee. So first of all, I would like to say thanks to the coordination of Dataverse project and to the GDCC executive board to accept the challenge from Uminho to receive this event. So we were quite happy to organize this, and I would like also to say thanks to all the Uminho library and open science team that was involved in the organization. So it was Paula, André, Mariana, Antonia, So it was Marisa and Judith. They were also out there doing a great work. So many thanks for all. You are already receiving a message from Antonia with the survey, with the evaluation survey. Antonia is clicking the button, so Antonia Correa is the woman that are sending the satisfaction survey for you to fill. I think it's important for future events, maybe. So, and I also thank Eloy, because Eloy was a bit afraid, and it was true for Pedro. Are you sure that we can manage this event between everything that we need to deliver, so it was not possible to do properly everything. So Eloy was right, but at least Eloy was supportive with me and with the team to receive this, because it was important for us and for Portugal and also for the community. Eloy will say some words on behalf of Minho, but I just want to share 5 thoughts about some lessons learned for future in terms of the organization of the Dataverse community meeting. I think we should push ourselves to come up with a program committee as soon as possible. In fact, I think we cannot leave Minho without scheduling the next meeting. I think it's better in order to avoid, because we should have the save the date as soon as possible. I think this is important. We did the save the date in December, and it was quite late, let's say, because some people need to made the provisions for the budget, etc. soon. So let's try to schedule that properly. And I think it's good that we have a good representation in the program committee in the future. So there are some other events, for example, the Open Repositories. I like the way that they organize. So I'm not inviting myself to be part of the next program committee, but in fact the Open Repositories, what they do is that the local hosts stay for the next meeting, or in the program committee, to give some kind of memory and experience. I think it's a good idea. So I think we should do in that way. Then two practical inputs. So maybe we need also to come up with the code of conduct. We are a great community, but if we start circulating this event in different places, so I think it's fair if we do a code of conduct to avoid any problem. We didn't have any problem, but sometimes they happen. And then also I think we need to improve a bit the dissemination channels. We have some, but at least there was a feeling in the Minho team that we didn't manage proper dissemination in some of the moments, critical moments, and maybe we need to discuss a bit what can we do apart from the Slack and the Twitter. Maybe we need to improve a bit something. So it was really a pleasure to welcome the meeting. I think for sure not everything went well, but so we made it based on the best effort principle, like we do science in the best effort. So I think we also organized this meeting in the best effort. So if something didn't went so well, please excuse us. I think it was important for us to receive this, also to improve a bit the knowledge in the Minho team. So we had workshops and the presence. Also for Portugal, I think it was relevant. I was pushing a lot. We had the support from the FCT, FCCN, financial support, and not only. Philipp Pereira was also involved in the program committee. And this was important, I think, for the capacity building in Portugal. I tried to talk with several people from Portugal. They are saying that they learn a lot. So I hope that it was useful. And it was also important for us in terms of our work that we do in Europe to link with some initiatives that we have. We have a quite active participation in open air infrastructure. I think we should. Open air was mentioned, I don't know, several times in different presentations in terms of using the services, the guidelines, etc. And I'm quite happy, and I think it's good that we can link with open air. The IOSC, the work that we also do in the European Open Science Cloud. We had a workshop, and this was important. And the last remark is that so we also did it because we are committed with the community since the first moment. When we launched the repository, in the next week we apply to become a member of the GDCC, because this is what I think it makes sense to do, and I also invite everyone to do the same, because we are only 35. True, Jonathan? 35 is nothing compared with the number of installations we have. So for sure we need to double this number. I think we talk about a lot about the sustainability, about open infrastructures, and we are committed with Dataverse, because I think it's a key platform also to put repositories in the center of science, in the center of open science. So we are committed with, we also make this effort to commit with the community and to commit with this challenge of open infrastructures in the world.
So thank you very much. I'll try to be short. I just want to, again, to start by thanks all the organizing committee. Thanks to IQSS and also to the GDCC for the confidence to do this conference here. As Pedro told you, we discussed this because we are very busy and we have a very small team, but it was a challenge. But I think it was really worthwhile. I was unfortunately, and I also I think I owe you an explanation. I was, as you probably see, I was in and out most of the time out, because yesterday and today there is an important conference between European Commission and the Latin American Caribbean countries about open access and open science and how to foster collaboration between these two regions. And I was participating, and I was sharing a session exactly this afternoon. But I could follow the sessions, and I really think this was a very good conference and a great opportunity. So again, thank you very much. And of course, I must do a special thanks to the Uminho team, and especially to Pedro Prince. I think all of them, and in the person of Pedro, deserve again another round of applause. Then, on a final note, note probably in 2 or 3 minutes, just to build on the last point that Pedro mentioned. So for us, this was really a very good opportunity, but it really speaks to our history and our commitment. One of the reasons, I don't know if Pedro probably already mentioned this, one of the reasons that we chose Dataverse some years ago, when we think that we should start to build a repository, a data repository, was because we thought that Dataverse was building a community. And that was also the same reason why 20 years ago, because our publication repositories will celebrate 20 years in November. 20 years ago, ePrints probably technically was better than DSpace. But we choose DSpace because, contrary to ePrints, DSpace was building, MIT and HP were building a community, and that was the main reason for us to choose DSpace. And so we have this strong commitment to communities. And by the way, this is a preview, because even people in Minho don't know this, so you will have a preview. On our policy that the Vice Rector announced, this is the draft. I'm not sure that this will be approved, but in our policy we wrote that one of the commitments, we have several commitments from Minho, several responsibilities, including training, infrastructure, etc., and then some commitments. And one of the commitments is participate and contribute, including with human and or financial resources, where appropriate, in projects, organizations aimed at promoting and supporting open science, in particular related to non-commercial infrastructures and service managed and sustained by research institutions and communities. So this really speaks to our ethos, and it's great to see this. On really a final note, and it is related with the discussion that I think I just get the end of this discussion this morning, about the role of open and community infrastructures. I want also to point out, especially for people from Europe, the Council conclusions from the 23rd of May of this year, that really addresses also this topic. The paragraph 16 says that the council have representatives of all the governments of Europe, says encourage member states and the Commission to invest and foster interoperable not-for-profit infrastructures for publishing based on open source software and open standards in order to avoid the lock-in of services as well as proprietary systems and to connect these infrastructures to the European Open Science Cloud. So again, I think, as I also recognize that in some institutions there is now probably a tendency to hand over critical infrastructures to commercial and proprietary vendors. There is a political call, and I think there is a political momentum to do the other way around. And in that case, I think the Dataverse community can be really a very important player and contributor to build this open, interoperable, sustainable, equitable, and innovative ecosystem. So thank you very much, and I look forward to participating in another Dataverse meeting.
Yes, thank you, Eloy, for this important point about how communities like the Dataverse community can contribute to this open infrastructure and to enhance it and to empower the institutions, research institutions worldwide to provide good research data management services and other research infrastructure services to their researchers. So, and also let me also thank the organizing committee and the local organizers, Pedro and his team, and the University of Minho to make this happen, this meeting, so that we finally, as I mentioned at the welcoming session, that we could finally meet again face to face, the community, because it's much more a much more natural way to interact than only online that we have been doing mostly for the last 3 years. So and in this meeting it was really nice to learn more about what has been happening in the community the past year, and learning about new integrations, about new features, about new best practices, and how new installations have evolved, and how what existing installations, what they have been doing the last year, and so on. And we also have talked a lot about sustainability, which at the current point is a very important issue. And yeah, and I was happy to hear about the re-architect, about the Dataverse software, which really, as has been mentioned by several of you, will really help us to promote Dataverse as a central tool in the ecosystem of research data management services. Yeah, and I hope that we can meet again in 1 year, and during this time, until next time, we should continue our discussions about sustainability, about how to enhance, and about how to collaborate on different needs we have, challenges we have together. Yeah, and I hand it over maybe first to John, just to finish up on behalf of the GDCC, and then we continue. Thank you.
Thanks, Philipp. It can't be said enough on how great it's been to be here in person, and all the great support from the folks here in Portugal. It's just been amazing. You walk around and see the conversations, and you can see the intellect just boiling out between groups of people. You look at the presentations. This is a very vibrant community doing great work, not only for ourselves, but for the world, right? It is part of the open science community. But the one thing that comes to mind, and I think I said this back in several years ago at the Dataverse meeting at Harvard in Cambridge, is that it feels like a family, right? We work together well. We discuss things, we solve problems, and come up with solutions. So I consider not only it a community, but a family, because we treat each other very well, right? And we work together, we solve problems. We may discuss things passionately, but in the end, we come up with a good compromise and work together. So it's refreshing to see a community working together like that. And I think it's just a tribute to all of those here and abroad that couldn't be here. And it's so nice to be and see people again and get back together as a global community that we are. And it's just amazing the thing you put together, Pedro. So thanks everyone.
So I try to be quick because I spoke too much during these days, and I think you got enough about me. So first of all, if there were anything wrong with the organization of this meeting, I didn't perceive it. It was fantastic. So thank you again, Pedro and the team. And then the wrap up about the content of the meeting. So I find amazing the number of ideas and different ways of implementing those ideas around Dataverse that the community is producing. I mean, it's really amazing to see this, and I agree with John. I'm new to this family, but this family seems to have very strong relationship and very really a force to make this community so strong. And the community, I mean, a community around the software could not exist without the need of it. So it seems that Dataverse is really addressing the needs of the community. And I think the ReArch and this interoperability, being the center of open science and so forth, is really the strength of this software and this community. So let me thank everyone who attended the conference personally, and those who presented. Mercé, who came as a keynote speech, give again a keynote speech, but also my team, which is here, Sonia's team, who also helped with the organization, and also the 3 other members of the Dataverse core team who are staying in Boston, so they could not enjoy the feeling of being with the community. So thank you, everyone.
Great, wonderful, thank you. So I'm not going to go over and repeat everything that everybody has already said. The meeting was wonderful. Nothing to say negative about it at all. It was a pleasure to see Mercé. I'm so glad we got to see her, that we would come here and be able to hug her personally. But I have the best announcement of the evening. So, Jesus, can you please come up here? So I was thinking, you know, Pedro said that we had to make a decision. So while I was sitting there, I was thinking, because Pedro said we have to make a decision on next year's meeting like before the end of the day, and I didn't want to hang out here for another hour. So while I was sitting there, I said, you know what? I think we have a place for next year's meeting.
Finally, the piano. So after the spoiler, I think I don't have much to say, but I will say it anyways. This magnificent place is CIMMYT's headquarters in Mexico. CIMMYT is the Spanish acronym for the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center. It is the largest non-private research center on the development of maize and wheat in the world. One of our former researchers, it's not with us anymore, won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1917, so you can imagine the relevance of this center for science. And well, basically, I would like to thank the Dataverse team, especially Sonia, Mercé, and Gustavo, who has pushed us for many years now to make this happen. And finally, you all are cordially invited to join us there next year to discuss again on this this topic that we love so much, which is Dataverse, in the next Dataverse community meeting. So, looking forward.
So dates will be announced later in the summer, so that people can start, making plans. That's all I have for now.
So it's done. Thank you very much. So 2 or 3 remarks for the working groups. Please share the Google documents with the notes in the Slack. Then we will put it in the program. We will share in the coming days all the recordings and the slides. Also, Jim asked, so you will receive an email from us with the link to the Slack for you to join, because there are several people that are not part of that and we cannot put publicly available the link. So in one of the emails that I or Paul or Antonio will send in the coming days, we will have a link for Slack to join the Slack Dataverse group. And it's all. Thank you very much. There are food outside. If you can grab sandwiches to the lunch or to the dinner, feel free, okay?